know, I'm really starting to like this go-karting thing.
Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my god.
Wait, did you guys say you like shopping?
Of
Yeah.
course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayCara.com. At ShopPayCara.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopPayCara.com.
Who is he talking to?
No idea.
But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal.
Sure does.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
Hey guys, another Kart Chaser driver fitness episode with me, Chris G. And today we're doing some upper back movements. Here we go. Exercise number 1 today we're doing is the reverse grip lat pull down. This exercise movement is one of my favorites because it works your grip strength, your biceps, and most importantly, works that lat area that also protects those ribs in the seat. Exercise number 2 today, the dumbbell chest supported row. Don't forget, good stretch at the bottom, and bring them right to your hips like that, keeping your back nice and arched, shoulders back. Think about having good posture in the cart. Exercise number 3, the inverted Smith machine rows. Grip strength, back strength, overall amazing workout. Thanks again for joining me on another Kart Chaser driver fitness episode with me, Chris G. Race ready training that carries into real life.
Gee, looks like we're missing the engine. What the hell am I supposed to tap?
What do you mean? It's my Greyhound. It's all I need.
Where's the rest of it?
It doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
You gotta make way.
Okay, you're good.
I'm sitting by here with Kyle, our race winner. Tell me how you did it. You were blazing fast out there, and I mean, you don't even have a go-kart, man. Tell me about it.
Yeah, you know, Norberg, Schmorberg, the Greyhound-powered Greyhound was great today. You know, it makes the difference. And the team's been working really hard back at the shop, and, you know, just shout out to Greyhound.
Thank you, Kyle. How the f did you just win?
Doesn't
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. You join us on another weekend of exciting karting here in the Kart Chaser Summer. And let me tell you, this is a track I'm excited about. This is a weekend I have been excited about for a while here. A track that is really well known in Ohio, I have to say. A track that is a backbone to America's karting here. And this is really what's going to set that tone for the weekend when you have a track that's been here this long. But we'll get into that here shortly, and we'll talk about some of the fun here that G&J Kartway here in Camden, Ohio is going to bring to Kart Chaser for the weekend. It's Apex Karting Championship round number 2 here for the North Series. It's going to be myself, Brad Dalton, up here in the booth, joined by Cale Zimmerman. I'll tell you what, Cale, it's good to have you here on Kart Chaser this weekend. How are you doing today?
I'm doing amazing. It's great to be here. What an opportunity to announce for these guys. What a cool organization that Xander has brought up, and super excited for this race as well, like you said. Track I've raced at a few times, a little bit more known for the four-cycle racing side of things, but Apex decided, you know what, let's bring a regional two-stroke race here as well, alongside of that, alongside the four-cycle program. So what a cool thing to see. I don't know when the last time a big race for two-stroke came here, but I'm super excited to see how it all plays out this morning.
Definitely think it's going to be a good one. And for those of you who don't know Cale, Cale is very humble, of course, so I'm going to brag on Cale for a second. 111 races on his Carter DB profile with 30 wins, 54 podiums, some big notable results, winning CK&A and senior medium, placed first there, has placed second in senior light in CK&A, considered one of the greats in karting right now, up and coming, definitely a name that you should watch out for and know, and is going to be doing great. CK&A North round 3 and 4, of course, back in June, finished first there in senior medium. So definitely someone to keep an eye on. Has won Grand Nationals in category. I mean, definitely someone to watch. And, well, it's great to have you in the booth. Obviously, you're not retiring, but hey, sometimes stepping to the side here makes things fun. KA Masters currently out on category, getting things going. This morning, it's all IAME. So if you love the KA package as much as everyone does, this is going to be the morning for you. It's all KA this morning. We kick things off, of course, going along here on this track with KA Masters. Micros come up next, then seniors, then minis, and then we round it out with juniors. And we're going to go from there straight into heat 1, then heat 2, then we're taking a lunch break. And then tomorrow, it'll be a pre-final and a final after a warm-up. But looking at KA Masters so far, you've got 2 Ohio natives that I know really well, Cale. Chris and Andy Kutcher. I tend to see them a lot over at MCC in the Pro-Am Championship, and they are doing today what I tend to see them do at MCC, which is just they work together and they get things moving here. And you can see Andy ahead of Chris looking over the shoulder, Chris following up behind and just following through. Kind of tell me, whenever you're running through, if you are an Ohio native and this is a local track to you, how would you approach this weekend here? Of course, it's very nice to be close to home.
Yeah, and the first thing I'm noticing, to be completely honest with you, is this go-kart sitting here in second is two-wheeling a ton through turns 1, and so there is a ton of grip on the track, which is very, very odd because the last time I was here, there was nothing. It was like super grainy. It was through turns 1, 2, and you know, this section right here, there was not a lot of grip, but I've seen a few drivers here get up on 2 wheels and start like almost grip flipping, you know, almost controllably, but my goodness, it's kind of a scare, and surely he's got to be losing a little bit of time off that, but he's only, you know, he's not even a 10th off of the pace. So if he can figure out that grip situation, boy, is he going to be fast.
Chris and Andy always quick through. And then, of course, Elliott and Ethan Bocono, 3rd and 4th behind. They're very quick as well. So drivers to watch here. Of course, qualifying is all about setting that fastest lap. But then when we go into our heats here just shortly, it's not going to be about the fastest lap. And that's one of the things that I always love to look at is, you know, sometimes your fastest drivers in qualifying a bad race start can really shake everything up. But right now, this is how KA Masters line up. It's Chris and Andy Kutcher in P1, P2 here, separated by less than a tenth. Ethan Bocono, Elliot Bocono, third and fourth. Nathan Williams, Daniel Fear, Travis Gregg, and Matt Abel, your 8 KA Masters kicking things off. We're going to pivot now, of course, from the oldest class to the youngest class. And this is one of the things I love that Apex does. They go oldest class, youngest class, and then sort of pivot back and through and in with the juniors. IAME Micros coming up next here, Kale, and taking a look at the entry list. I think we're going to have a lot of strong drivers this weekend, and I definitely think this is going to be one of those classes that gets pretty competitive pretty quick.
Yeah, no kidding. I mean, to be honest, all these classes are very, very exciting. I'm super excited for KA Senior, of course. What a show those guys always put on. But man, you look at the drivers' ages and the micros. It's supposed to be 7 through 10ish. These kids are no short of pros in their category. They put on some great races. I've seen a few races like just down the road, Cincinnati. Oh my goodness, what a race that they just put on not very long ago. And it's just entertainment around all classes from micro to masters. Any ages here are going to put on a great show this weekend. And what a track to do it at. One of the oldest tracks in America. So classic, for sure.
This is a very, very well-known track here in southwestern Ohio. This place has history since the 1950s. G&J has been part of the backbone of karting. It's a track to know, and then, well, if you like this track, we've got plenty of other good ones coming up here on Kart Chaser. Of course, USPKS at Newcastle Motorsports next weekend, along with Champions of the Future going to the K1 circuit again on the West Coast. Depending on if you like East or West Coast, both will be there, and you take your pick. And then, of course, we just talked about it, MCC Pro-Am Championship 4th of July weekend, and the Indy Karting Challenge at Whiteland on the 5th of July. Take your pick. What tracks do you enjoy? We got them all here at Kart Chaser. And right now, we're going to have the IAME Micros rolling out here for their 7 minutes of qualifying around this track that has been around since the 1950s, was paved in 1962, but started out as a dirt-only track, and now it is paved, it is historic, it is well-known, and apparently it's got a lot of grip, which is out of characteristic. How long that grip lasts, that's a question for later, because I don't want to touch on the weather yet, but you can see the flags rolling, and, well, I've taken a peek at the radar, of course, and, well, it's going to be an interesting weekend, and I got to wonder, does weather hit us, and how will weather play into things if weather does appear this weekend? Micro's rolling out here. Looking up at the top right now, it's the 212 of Fox who is kicking things along here in the micro category. And just looking at James Fox, of course, a name that you should know pretty well if you are familiar here with Kart Chaser again. But if you don't, 57 wins, 79 podiums, 151 races of history through. Placed third place recently in the Route 66 Sprint Series. So that'll be interesting to watch. And, of course, leading the championship in Apex Midwest as well. So having a great time all the way along. Makes appearances at the Indy Karting Challenge, of course. Look forward to seeing James back there here soon. And leading the championship here, leading the times right now. I mean, you got to wonder, just looking along for that 212, you've got Akers behind. How is he going to kind of come into this weekend? How do you think James Fox is going to be feeling?
I mean, after coming off a route win not too long ago, a very similar series to Apex, both Midwest based, both have the IAME and Briggs packages, and that's a competitive series, and maybe a bit older of a series, maybe a little bit more developed. As we know, Apex is brand new to this year, and they've been doing amazing with their entries and all that. Super excited for what's to come with that series, because it's a sub-series of stars, And Stars has done a great job with their racing. All I hear is good things about Stars. So I'm excited to see, what Fox can do this weekend. Obviously he's been doing really well in the regional side of things, and so hopefully he can continue that this weekend. And he's 7/10s clear as we speak, which is huge to say the least. That is not as close as you would think. So he's dominating this qualifying session, Bradley.
Absolutely, and looking at the points here of the championship as we're into this round 2, finished second in the final, but swept the heats in the pre-final. James Fox did over this driver right here on screen, Remy Boss, who is currently sitting 3 points behind after round 1 in this Apex Micro Championship. So that 3 points is going to make or break something in the season. I can just sort of feel it in my bones that 3 points will make or break things. And when it's such a slim margin across 3 rounds, 1 round in, Kale, looking at that, I think that makes a big difference here for these drivers. You've got Boss Pro Karting, Remy, who is currently still dropping down the timing tables. Is Toby Blue with Leslie Racing jumps up to 3rd. Remy is sitting in 5th in the timing tables right now. Comes up to 3rd, still 1.3 though off of James Fox. I think James Fox just has that top cart dialed right in.
Yeah, no kidding. Considering he's from Indiana, so he's not too far down the road. So maybe he got some testing in before this, but goodness, he looks quick compared to the rest of the field. And yeah, he's only going quicker. I mean, TJ Akers did bring it down to a 5/10 gap there, but still half a second in karting is a very large margin. So we'll see what TJ and the rest of the field can do to kind of bring that gap to James Fox down as much as they can before he starts to run away with the weekend. And if not, hopefully in the heat races or whatever, they can try and bring it closer just by being able to see what James is doing and whatnot. So we'll see how that plays out later on in the heat races. But for now, still that 5/10 gap here.
I just realized, sitting here looking, Toby Blue in the 290, and this is one of the things I love about our youngest category and our younger categories, I'll say. Look at the paint on the front there, on the front bumper. Look at it reminds me a lot of Rexy and Roxy from,
Yep.
of course, A&O Racing and IMSA. But, look at this. So Toby Blue has that paint through along with Rhett. Yeah, Rhett. So I love that. One of them's in red, one of them's in blue, and they are definitely going to be enjoying things here with Leslie Racing. So, yeah, good to see that coming through, and we'll see if the paint adds any pace and any attack in the heats, the pre-final and the final tomorrow. So definitely going to be interesting to watch. Here's a little bit of battling coming around in micros in qualifying. Did we remind them it's qualifying?
Yeah, I'm not too sure, but all I know is that if I looked over my shoulder, leading a race, and I seen that, I'd be pretty frightened. That's very cool livery. Cool to see the creativity from these kids. I love to see that. And he's going, big moment there. Went really wide and crossover for Miles Hale. Get clear of him. That looks to be. But yeah, no, I don't think they know that this is qualifying. They're full battle here. Guys, it's to go fast. Battling is not that.
Micros love to do that, and that's something that we keep an eye on as checkered flag comes out for this IAME micro qualifying. And your championship leader, James Fox, still trying to find more pace in the final lap. Tons of run through there. As we take a look at Toby Blue down on the bottom, we look at the finish line up on the top. Let's see our final carts coming across the line now to finalize things. James Fox has locked it in the top cart at a 41.3 to 41 second lap here around the circuit. For the micros, TJ Akers will come through. That's Beckett Hemphill coming through. Toby Blue not able to improve across the line. One mechanical flag was given out, by the way, to Wyatt Burlesman. Hopefully everything okay there for the 221, and we'll be able to fix that going through. But your micro category, they are done and dusted for qualifying, and it's your championship leader, James Fox, who will hold the top. TJ Akers in second, Toby Blue in third, and second place in the championship is fourth place on the timing table with Rhett Blue in fifth. Miles Hell, Beckett Hemphill, Wyatt Burlesman, and Thomas DeLong, your 9 micro categories here to take things through. We're going to take a step aside here at Kart Chaser. When we come back, it is going to be time for more qualifying here on the free coverage for the morning. When we come back, it's KA Senior. Join us in a minute.
You know, I'm really starting to like this go-karting thing.
Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my gosh.
Wait, did you guys say you like shopping?
Of
Yeah.
course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayKara.com. At ShopPayKara.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopPayKara.com.
Who is he talking to?
No idea.
But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal.
Sure does.
Welcome to the future of kart race preparation, Kart Sim Pro North America. Featuring laser-scanned North American kart circuits and precision-tuned kart physics developed using real telemetry, dyno and tyre data, Kart Sim Pro North America delivers the most advanced and realistic kart simulation experience available today. Whether you're training for race day, refining your lines, or shaving tenths off your personal best, Kart Sim Pro gives you pro-level insight without leaving your home. Trusted by world champions, coaches, and karting enthusiasts alike, this is where virtual practice translates into real-world performance. Experience the thrill, the challenge, and the edge. Kart Sim Pro North America. Use code CHASER20 to get 20% off today.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back here to Kart Chaser for your coverage of this Apex Karting Championship round number 2 here. And it is an IAME morning for us here going through. It's KA Senior out on track right now with Lorenko leading things across the line. Make that Leslie across the line. And, well, welcome to KA Senior. They battle hard, they battle quick, and it's qualifying they battle, and this timing table is going to be topsy-turvy, upside down one way and the other. It's myself, Brad Dalton, joined here by Cale Zimmerman in the booth, not on the track, but joining me here trackside to bring you some coverage. Cale, I tell you what, this is going to be a class that I think if you put a bucket list on it, it's going to be one to watch.
Yeah, no kidding. I mean, you look at names like Lorenko, Warren, you got Maxwell back there, looking to do some work. You know, Jordan Klein. A lot of these dudes, a lot of these drivers are really, really, really talented. And let me just take a note on Eli. Happy birthday to Eli Warren. Hopefully he gets a good present this weekend. But with that pink cancer awareness livery, he has always been really, really fast here, like as long as I can remember. We used to race CKNA North races here, and he would show up for qualifying, not for warm-up, miss practice day, show up for qualifying session, and go P1. And it would really irritate a lot of us, but hopefully he can continue that pace, and he is looking quick. You know, just a thousandth of a second or a hundredth of a second off of Crouch here, who is, I believe, a local here, or, well, he grew up racing here. And so he is super quick as well, and he's seen some success at the national level as well. So it'll be a great weekend, and you look how close these times are. Oh my goodness, top 5, all within a tenth. Top 8, 2/10. Top 10 is 4/10. 11 4/10. That is a very close field. So this weekend is going to be interesting, to say the least. And there goes Eli Warren, 2/10 clear of the field. For now, he was in Crouch's draft, so we'll see how long that lasts. But a good lap from him to start off the session.
And just to touch base on Crouch, if Crouch isn't a native there in the Slattery Racing Top Kart, well, I don't know who is here. Looking at Crouch, last 4 results showing in Carter DB are first places in the senior category. First, April 12th, first, April 19th, first, May 31st, first, June 13th. At what track? G&J Kartway. So this track, it's a staple, and Crouch is a driver who, if you are familiar at all, of course, with a lot of our grassroots coverage over at MCC, runs a lot at MCC, runs a lot at G&J Kartway. So definitely a native here who is really feeling good. As we take a look at Chase Adams here, who is looking to put in some time. This is all the way through.
He's not going to get it.
Bumper. Yeah, no.
Yeah, heartbreak for Chase Adams here. Yeah, that bumper is off, and it is. I don't think that go-kart is handling too amazing with that. Normally it offsets the balance and the stiffness of the go-kart. So unfortunate for him. Hopefully he got a decent enough time to hold his own in qualifying before the mechanical flag will come out here in a second for him, just due to the safety of that. So hopefully he got a decent enough time that he can be happy with before he is pulled off the track here.
And mechanical flag is being waved for the 957. Chase Adams currently sitting 5th. Comes across the line, does not improve in times. Of course, with that bumper being detached, I wouldn't expect the 957 to be improving in times there coming through. Will have to peel off and come in. That is qualifying done and dusted. Now it's a matter of how that 38.115 holds in the grand scheme of things. Looking at times right now, it's 3.5 tenths off of pole, but you've got a lot of hungry drivers behind here. Your top 10 separated by less than half a second, and that is such a tight margin here to try to funnel your way into and improve on time. With 1:40 to go, there's still time to find in this track, I would say, for all of these drivers. But Cale, you know better than anyone, sometimes just trying to find that time at the end of the session is harder than knowing that time is there.
Yeah, no kidding. Going through these qualifying sessions, these are a bit longer than what I would say I'm used to. But yeah, the track is going to be more gripped up, and your tire pressures are a little bit lower in qualifying due to it being longer compared to like green, white, checkered qualifying or a 3-lap qualifying. So yeah, the long-term pace is a little bit more important here in qualifying, because your fastest lap that you could be is going to be the last lap. If you set the tire pressures right, if you have your setup all set up good. So it brings a little bit more of, setup into it just as well as driving, because you kind of want to save. You don't want to burn up your tires too early in the qualifying session or something like that by going too high or driving too hard. But, Warren and Crouch seem to have it covered. So does Lorenko. He's pretty much by himself here, and he looks really well. No draft, no push. So for him, you look at that and you're like, okay, you come off the track, maybe you're a 10th down if he doesn't improve. But, for him, that's a really good look. He was all by himself all session. No really judgment of driving. I think he led the whole session. So for him, he's sitting in a great spot, starting 3rd at the moment. So we'll see how this all shakes out as they cross the line for one final time. It seems to stay the same in the top 5. Jordan Klein moves to P6. Everything else looks to have stayed the same.
Yeah,
Fadri like moves up to 12. But yeah, other than that, pretty close to to the same results as we were seeing before the checkered. So Warren, Crouch, Lorenko is your top 3, and some heavy hitters here, to say the least.
Big hitters here this weekend, but of note, your top 4 in the championship not here this weekend at all. So that is setting up for a great championship flip here. Isaac Malkiewicz, who swept round 1, isn't here, and then Christopher McKeithen, who basically held 3rd place the entirety of round 1, isn't here. So KA Senior this weekend going to be one to watch, and well, in the championship, it's definitely going to change a lot going out of round 2. KA Senior qualifying done and dusted. We've got 2 more sessions. Then we step behind the paywall here. If you want to become a Kart Chaser Premium member, catch all the action live. It's $9.99 a month. Make sure you sign up on an Android device or a PC. If you go on Apple, well, Apple is going to throw on an Apple tax for you there, and it will be $12.99 a month. Come on, save the $3. That's a Starbucks strawberry acai refresher right there that you could have. So save the money. Get a Starbucks refresher, become a Kart Chaser Premium member, and enjoy all of the coverage we bring you here weekend in, weekend out, live. 2 more sessions left to go. We're going to IAME Minis next, and this is one of those categories that, well, it's always going to produce some really good runs. Hudson Howard sweeping round 1, Slate Harrell sweeping 2nd place, and then Evan Leash, who was 3rd in everything but the final last time out. Ruben Greer able to snatch 3rd out of that, and they sit 3rd and 4th in points respectively. This category should be fun to watch here in just 60 seconds time when they get rolling here, Kel.
Yeah, no kidding. And you know, all the names you just said, you know, very, very phenomenal drivers. So hopefully this weekend, and we have seen in KA Senior very close times, so hopefully we can continue to see that in both IAME Mini and KA Junior up next in qualifying, because the closer these times are, the better the racing's going to be. And that was what I was hoping for, is just some dogfights in the heats. So we'll see how that goes. And it seems like they're rolling out now. There's smoke pouring over the, and yeah, here they are. So we'll see how this goes. And
already coming out side by side.
Yeah, so it seems like all the names that you also just said are not rolling out for qualifying. So, yeah, we got a toss-up for the championship here, because Howard is not out there, or yet. Here comes Aiden Go, and he has been phenomenal, to say the least. What a last few, I guess, what a last year for this kid. I feel like the growth out of him I've seen is just as good as any other driver that I've seen, maybe better growing. And he's been starting to put some huge results down in the national level of karting.
I mean, I'm thinking back to just a week ago, about a week ago here, Aiden Go battling it out in the SCUSA Spring Nats that we brought to you here on Kart Chaser, running through, battling it out with Mason Brody, battling it out with Jaden Francisco, and just Dutch Westbrook out there fighting for the lead consistently all the way through, and then having a great run in the rain. Unfortunately, having some contact there on the final lap with Mason Brody and diving off at turn 11 right at the end of the go. Not the ideal run that would want to be had, but is really, really making a show over in RMC in the Mini-Max category, finishing first out there. In IAME Grands, finishing first in Mini Swift. This is a driver that, well, when you talk about someone with the last name Go, they're going places. I have to make the pun. I'm so sorry. But when you talk about Aiden Go is going places and is definitely going to be one to watch here on the weekend.
Yeah, no kidding. And you talk back to that move at Cincinnati about a week ago. You know, heartbreak for the kid. But the one thing that I really want to point out is, you know, these kids are super young. Like, they're not through their development at all. So what that tells me is being able to try and make a move like that is how much confidence that he has. And as he moves up to second, just 2/10 off of your leader, Anderson Hemphill. But, it shows such a cool thing to have that much confidence as a kid, this young. So we'll see how he can carry that, as he moves up through the ranks. And obviously he's been doing super well through mini and micro, and now we'll be able to see what pretty soon here in the next few years how he does in KA Junior as well, and maybe X30. So these classes are all about development, right? So we'll see how he develops into a driver. And like you said, yeah, he has all the potential, and he cuts the gap down to under a 10th. So we'll see what he can do the next time around. I did see before he was talking to his mechanic over the fence, so he's got something for Anderson Hemphill. And what a run so far for the MGM Cadet chassis. He's been, I went to IAME Grands with Kart Chaser, and this was the first time that I'd seen an MGM with the 2-stroke on it. But it seems to be working pretty well here.
Yeah, Hemphill, a driver here on the MGM that you typically would see more at CKNA, who is having a good run here and has had some good goes. Queen City Gambit, I'm looking back in April and pulling from the memory banks here, climbed into the top 15 by the end of the Mini Swift heat race and had some goes through. Of course, in Midwest Round 1, had a good result as well. So is a driver to really, really watch here through the season. In the 206 Mini, I have to say, had a good run going through, finished 10th in this package. So will be one to watch here. But you bring up a good point that I think a lot of people forget about the micros and minis, and even I'd say to a degree the juniors, that a lot of these drivers are still developing. They're still growing. And the fact that we have drivers that are still developing that are a millisecond separated goes to show just where the level of competition really is for these drivers as they come along and go through. Hemphill and Go still a millisecond separated. Make it 2/10 now as Hemphill has went faster, pushing a sub 40-second lap. Will we see a break into the 39s with 1:50 to go here?
Yeah, and you make a good point, how close these drivers are. And it's so funny how separated they are as well. So it's not like they're, able to gauge each other or off each other. Go is on the other side of the track at the moment. And the only person who really has sight on the leader right now is Jackson Jessup. And he is looking to go quicker and quicker. Not able to that time around. But hopefully, the biggest point of development is like learning and watching the better drivers, I would say. Whether that is, over the fence line, off of a Kart Chaser stream, or just, being able to look off that back bumper of them. And so, maybe we seen Jackson going a little bit quicker when he could see Anderson, who is at the point of the field, 2/10 clear. And but now, let's hope he could go a little bit quicker. Not yet. But we see Ingo passing in the top cart of Zen Beach, halfway behind, almost half a track behind Anderson. So we'll see. He had to pass that time. He'll have one more lap, I think, to go better than Anderson. So we'll see if he's able to do that now that he has clean air.
17 seconds left to go here in qualifying, and looking through a lot of our names who are in strong championship positions, not here this weekend. So going into round 3 will be a shakeup, but of course we got to get through round 2 first. 2 seconds left to go on the timer. Timer is done. Checkered flag is out. Let's see as drivers cross the line. You see the helmets tucking. You see the pace coming through. It is Mylan Eilick with DPC Motorsports, the first one across the line, locks it in with a 41.024 into P5. And now, watch here coming through. Aiden Go not able to improve the final time around and is going to lock it in second for now. Will anyone knock Aiden Go and tell Aiden go to stop and not be on the front row. You have Caden Turno, who will be the next to last driver to come across the line. Jackson Jessup just ahead. There is Anderson Hemphill coming across. Doesn't go faster. No sub 40s here. Jackson Jessup will lock it in fourth. Caden Turno will lock it in third. So as they run, as you see them, that is how the minis will go through, and that is how the minis are going to be set up for the first heat coming up here shortly, as we have just one more class to go here, Kale, and I'm curious to really start getting your thoughts here, as it's KA Junior coming up next, and this class, well, KA Juniors, they're going to do what KA Juniors do, and sometimes that is some wild racing.
Yeah, no kidding. Some people might say the most erratic class in the categories. So we'll see how qualifying goes. And we've seen a little bit of battling here in qualifying already. So we'll see what the KA Juniors bring for us over the day, through qualifying. It's bound to be a good one. This is a very racy track. Got a bit of draft here and there, on the back straight, front straight, and then after turns 1 and 2. So, it gets tight. There's a few points for some big dive bombs, some big moves, and so we'll be able to see, I think, a lot of good racing this weekend as we go through and progress with more grip, hopefully, as long as we can avoid the weather.
I was going to say more grip would be nice, but you can see our camera crew here on track very clearly giving us a strong indicator that I don't know that more grip is going to be the name of the Saturday game as we look along and around here in Camden, Ohio. Also, well, look at the grain silos. Maybe avoid that here going into a grain silo. I hear that if you go in there, you get trapped. It's a bad day. Just don't do it. But it's right next to the track. It's nice to look at. And then someone's refrigerator was parked next to that grain silo if you didn't see that. So as we set up here, waiting for KA Juniors to roll, let's talk about the points as they sit. It's Ezekiel Height and Darren Kidd and Cameron Johnson who are leading 1, 2, 3 in points. And this is a category where nobody in the junior category really held the go with everything. Ezekiel Height, here's the results from round 1 for Ezekiel Height. 7th, 3rd, 1st in the pre-final, 3rd in the final. Cameron Johnson, first, heat 1, heat 2, 8th place pre-final, 4th in the final. And then Dominic Gaddis, who finished last in heat number 2, ended up winning the final. So you've got drivers that are absolutely going to be up and down and all over the place here. You've had 18 entries in round 1, and well, we're looking at the same number of entries here for round 2 was on the sign-up sheet that we have on the back end here. Taking a look at everything along, drivers getting things rolling. I don't see Ezekiel Height right now out, so your championship leader not here on track. Neither is 2nd place. I don't see Cameron Johnson either, so another one where round 2, the championship is going to be a big toss-up.
Yeah, no kidding. The top 3 in the championship are all absent, it seems. So, it's going to be now a fight of, okay, let's push forward. We got to get good points because I believe there's a drop. So, you can, if you had a bad weekend over Newcastle for round 1, you can disregard that and just move forward. So yeah, a lot of these drivers are going to be looking for a good points haul, as the top 3 are absent. So we'll see who can maximize their efforts this weekend and try and bring home the most points. Here's Daniel Dragonoff in his purple Haas. He looks to do better, and kind of match, I think, his performance in the 206 side of things, because he has been phenomenal over there. Spring Nats champion, Grand Nats champion. So we'll see what he can do as he starts to develop in the K100 side of things. And he looks to push forward as well in that Haas as well. And we'll see what he can do. A little shake of the head. He's not happy with it. He has pretty high driver standards, considering I know him a little bit. He's my teammate. So hopefully he can maximize the weekend this weekend and, have a good result.
Top of the timing table, Christopher Utzi, 38.724 coming across here. A 10th up on Alex Kutcher. Never mind, scratch everything I just said. 38.4 coming through for Alex Kutcher. So pace very clearly in the track here at the end of our qualifying, as we still have 4 minutes for KA Junior. It's our last qualifying session, but very clearly there is some strong pace that's going to be found from these drivers as we go further in the session. Will we get sub 38? I think that's a big ask. I don't think it's necessarily impossible with the way the drivers are going here. Christopher Utzi with Steel Motorsports, 38.724 last time across, holding that second place. And, well, you can see Utzi here really doing everything possible, trying to get that Steel Motorsport kart across the line as we have more shuffles here. Andrew Avalos now down to third because Daniel Dragunov, your teammate, up into second.
Yeah, and he looked to shake his head a few times even when he went up to P4 last lap around. And so I'm thinking that he got that covered, and hopefully he can put a good result in. And Utsi back to the point, and he looks very good this weekend on that Steel Motorsports Stealth. And what's some development from that team as well. Just talking about Mark Steele and his chassis, how much he's been able to bring that new chassis of his to the front of every single field that you see. And what a cool thing that he has his own chassis. And normally, he talked about it with me. I think it's on a Kart Chaser post somewhere from Grands. Formula One drivers are supposed to get their own chassis. Mark has his own chassis. So to me, that says a little bit about him. Mark is a great guy, and I'm super happy that he was able to develop a chassis so well and have so much success, as Christopher Utsi drops to second, but only about 200ths back. So we'll see what he can do this weekend. And, everybody else who is on that Stealth this weekend, I'm sure there's going to be a ton of entries, from that chassis in the 206 side of things later. I'm pretty sure Mark is running in the senior field. So we'll see what he can do and the rest of his team can do this weekend. And we look at our new pole sitter, Alex Kutcher. He looks phenomenal as well. That kart is hooked up. He's all by himself, just making gains. And all by himself, being P1 is a really good thing, really good way to start the day, because he looks good. There's no draft. He's doing it all by himself. So we'll see what the rest of the last minute and about a half of qualifying looks like for this KA Junior field.
Alex Kutcher, a driver that, if you're familiar with the, again, MCC Pro-Am Championship here on Kart Chaser, as we are, again, we're in Camden, Ohio. We're not that far away from Cincinnati or from Whiteland, Indiana, which is where you're seeing a lot of these names really show up from. Is a driver that you'll be familiar with, has had tons of great battles over there with Homer Heeman and Ben Gleiberman, some of the names over in the MCC side of things that we've seen the battle go through. Has won over at MCC several times in the KA Junior category as well, most notably winning in May in the Battalion, the Kart coverage that we had over there. I want to circle back to Steel Motorsports for a second here in that Steel chassis, because you mentioned Formula One drivers having their own chassis. You got to wonder for Mark Steele, as we're hitting the end of qualifying, we'll touch on this later, but Lando Norris karts, Charles Leclerc karts, Carlos Sainz karts, Fernando, Daniel Ricciardo karts, and then you throw Mark Steele in there, who has chassis that are sitting in second place right now in KA Juniors. Qualifying's coming to an end. That's got to feel good. We'll touch on that, of course, more through the weekend, as Christopher Utsi is trying to chase down Alex Kutcher. Comes across the line just in the nick of time to try to get one more lap in. Is currently sitting 6/100ths of a second away from Alex Kutcher. And this qualifying's not done. Every time they cross the line, it shuffles here. The 878 Alex Kutcher bringing that Lando Norris kart across the line will hold up in first for now. Didn't improve on times, though, as Dragunov comes through. Avalos, Price, Shable, Furnish, AJ Stoner will come through, holds third, so it is all down to Christopher Utzi to try to knock Alex Kutcher off the top step.
And we'll see what he can do as he's coming to the line here. He does not go better. You know, but the gap there is super, super slim. So between Alex and Christopher here, we'll for sure see a really good battle. And behind them, there is about 6 drivers that are only 2/10 away from your leader. And so I think this weekend is just going to be filled with great battles across all classes. And I'm excited to see how this plays out. But I'm also excited to see, you know, what happens later on in the day when we get to the 206 side of things, because that class is supposed to, if it's close now, the 206 side of things is supposed to bring, you know, closer battles. So we'll see what, you know, how today looks, and hopefully the rain stays away, because then it tends to spread stuff out just a little bit more. So hopefully we have good weather on our hands today, and some great racing, good battles, and some good stories to be told.
Absolutely, but the only way to find out is we are going to take a step aside here. That's an ominous radar. If you're not a Kart Chaser member, you really, really need to become one. Get yourself a Strawberry Acai refresher. Become a Kart Chaser member, $9.99 a month on your PC or your Android device, and join us at the home of OVKA as your Perico countdown comes in. We're going to step aside, step behind the paywall. When we come back, maybe there's rain, maybe there's action, but it's going to be the IAME package bringing some great runs here from G&J Kartway. We'll be right back here on Kart Chaser.
When it comes to innovation on the track, Odenthal Racing Products leads the pack. From the highly popular EasyGP camera mounts to our tough case to GoPro case, racers everywhere trust ORP for strength, reliability, and precision. We're proud to be the #1 engine mount manufacturer in the USA. And with our new Easy Bumper Retainer System, you won't get caught out with a failed bumper bolt again. Odenthal Racing Products. Lead or get left behind.
Paulie Massimino wins the Wisconsin Grand Prix. James Overbeck on start number 2 gets win #1 in OKN Stars.
On track or off, Brandon Jarsekrak Racing delivers elite performance. Led by 4-time Pro National Champion Brandon Jarsekrak, our team masters driver coaching, data-driven analysis, and mechanical precision at every national event. Contact us today at BrandonJarsekrakRacing.com.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and 0 sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
Hey, what's up, Caleb?
What's up, Brandon?
You sound defeated. A long day at the office?
Yeah, got stuck at a cat food marketing meeting for like 3 hours. I don't know a thing about cat food, and I don't even work in marketing. And then I got sent on a coffee run like I was some sort of intern. Then at the end of the day, when I want to go get gas, I just realized everything is so darn expensive nowadays, man.
Yeah, you got that right.
Like, do you have any idea how much we're spending on Netflix?
It's like 20 bucks a month.
Do you know how much we're spending on cable?
That's like 50 bucks a month.
But you know what isn't expensive?
Tell me.
Kart Chaser Premium. For only $9.99 a month, you can watch all of the American karting action live from coast to coast. Subscribe and become a member today.
Dude, it's time for some Saturday morning heat racing here on Kart Chaser. Welcome back to the coverage here of the Apex Karting Championship. Round number 2 here, and it is KA Masters out first. It's windy, I have to say here. It's myself, Brad Dalton, joined in the booth by a legend of the making here, Kale Zimmerman. Kale, we got reports here during the break. Raindrops are in the air.
No. Yeah, I'm hoping that it steers clear for the most part, you know. Cool down the track a little bit, hopefully. But other than that, let's hope that it stays, you know, the slick tire dry. Here we come to green. And then we're off. Down into turn
up
1.
In front, kicking things off well.
Oh, and a little wide here, and we're all to the bottom.
Look at this, everyone settling in single file. We didn't touch on it there before the start, but for first lap only, a G&J Kartway classic exclusive sort of thing that, well, it catches you off guard the first time you see it. We skip turn 2, lap 1 only, and these laps go quick. So the next time you see them come around, you will see them take that cut to the left and back right, the little bus stop chicane of turn 2. But for the first lap only, to try to avoid crazy incidents, they will go straight through. Lap 2 forward here, you'll see them do what they're doing now. Cut in to cut back out, and then we get things going. Chris Kutcher up in the front. Andy Kutcher's dropped down to 4th after the first lap here. So we'll see for Andy, who qualified up in 2nd. Can Andy work back from 4th to 2nd throughout the run of this 7-minute heat plus 2 laps?
Yeah, and it seemed like he had just a little bit of bobble coming through turn 1, lap 1. So yeah, let's see what he can do. Obviously, he looks very quick. This top 4 look pretty darn good as well. So we'll see how good, you know, we'll see what Ethan and Elliot Bocono can do to the Kutcher brothers, and see what fight they can bring as Andy goes up the inside of Elliot. And he makes that stick going into turn 3, and now he works towards Ethan.
And this is going to be one of those where patience, I would imagine, is going to be a bit of a virtue, but a little bit of a sense of urgency, and taking the time to really set up the move. You can't go for a last-second lunge to the inside. You really have to think about setting that move up a bit before you actually do it here. As you see Elliot look over the shoulder and take a look behind. He's now closed up at the exit of 2. Start applying pressure. Look at the spread out here. Ethan going to the inside. To the outside will be Andy. Elliott trying to make a move into 3, and they settle back in single file here through 4, 5, and 6. As you could see down that second straightaway there, they fan out. They're looking for moves, not able to settle it in. Then we go back single file for the last bit of the lap here.
So I wanna take a notice on Chris here. The last time around, going through 1, he got on 2 wheels, and that's what bunched them all up there. So let's see if he backs it off a little bit more, and you know, to hold his run through there, because all of a sudden, oh, and here we see Andy going up the inside of Ethan, and he makes that stick. So now it's the Kutcher brothers in the 1 and 2, and then the Bocono brothers 3 and 4. So I think that's going to be the name of the game all weekend. Is these two guys going at it all weekend, and we'll see which family can come out on top.
I didn't think we'd get a Hatfield and McCoy style situation in KA Masters, but here we are. And well, I think I just threw the social team a bone there with a good post, a good makeup. Not the Hatfield and McCoys, but the Kutchers and the Boconos, and we'll see how it plays out. The Boconos looking ahead, giving a clear signal. Look at this, though. Andy doesn't want to sit behind Chris. He's going to send it up the inside into 3. Gets a great move done, and now Andy to the top, to the point here in the 496. 3 minutes, 20 seconds left to go, and Andy and Chris are now, I wonder if they're going to start doing that thing that we see them do at MCC all the time, where they leapfrog. They love to do that in the KA Master category. They will essentially just follow each other through and do smart jumps back and forth and leapfrog ahead to try to find more time and move along. I don't know if that's going to be possible because the Boconos are right there, and if you mistime anything, it's going to produce a bad day. Right now, through out of 2, they stay single file here, heading into 3, and, well, for now, Andy's going to look to sit in the front. 2 minutes, 45 seconds left to go.
Andy just seems to have a lot of pace. On the last lap, he set a 38.75, and he passed. So we'll see what he can do this lap. But obviously, he has a good amount of pace compared to the rest of the top 4. We'll see what he can put down this lap. And he does go better by 10th. So yeah, I think he just has a little bit better pace, and you see it out of this section here, coming out of the this right left, and then the double left here. It seems like he just gets a good jump out of here. You see that the gap, and Chris kind of seems to have it dialed, but the 2 Bocono brothers seem to have the most struggle coming out of there and sticking with these 2 Kutcher brothers.
Andy and Chris really seem to have figured out 6-7 coming along down the we go of the front stretch, and I love seeing Andy take that glimpse over the left shoulder back at Chris, but then Chris looks over the right shoulder. Little differences I'm seeing, and well, look at the signal there from the Boconos. 1 point forward there. That is going to be Ethan, and then Elliott with a very clear head nod of, yeah, we're going. We're getting them. 90 seconds plus 2 laps left to go. Behind them, Fear, Greg, Abel, and Williams, they've all stuck together. While the top 4 have pulled a bit of a gap, it's not as clear-cut 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th. They are still sitting fairly close with each other, and with a minute plus 2 laps to go, so call it about 3-ish minutes of racing, there's still time for 5th through 8th to sort things out. I don't know that they'll catch the top 4, but you have 2 Roderick Racing Development drivers leading a Maranello driver who is leading a Burke Motorsport driver, and these 4 could still shuffle things up here with less than a minute to go.
And yeah, we see Chris going a little bit quicker, but it's so close between Chris and Andy here. They're about 2-3 tenths better than Ethan and Elliott. So we'll see if they can make that stick for the rest of the Heat 1. They just look really good. And I want to take note, going through here, you can see how much Andy's kart kind of flexes through there and how much grip that he has put in that go-kart. And it just kind of rolls like a roller coaster through there. You know, it grips up, hooks, and then he rotates into 2, and then he's off onto the straightaway. So it seems like they've got that setup just dialed here. But I want to take it kind of funny. 3 through 6th, it's all Roderick Racing Development drivers. So the Roderick Racing Development is looking to get these Kutcher brothers off the top 2 steps here. And so let's see what they can do. And, you know, they're obviously going to be working together all weekend to try and catch the point of the field with the Kutcher family.
Lap and a half of action left to go to dial this one in. Andy and Chris currently up in front by about a second and a half. You see there the Boconos 3rd and 4th with Roderick Racing Development. As you said, they are settling into a rhythm here. Closing a second and a half, unless something goes majorly wrong for Andy and Chris here as they come to the white flag, I don't know if that's doable.
Yeah, it seems like Chris is... Oh, another big 2-wheel out of Andy. So now he lost his run, but he is white lining and going defensive on his brother. So we'll see. Maybe they can reel that in. I don't know how much Andy's going to have to defend just because of how much pace he has. But we'll see what these 2 brothers put on for a show.
Coming out of turn 7 here to end off Heat 1 of your Saturday action. It's the Kutchers up front. It was Chris leading early on. Now Andy took the lead. Andy hasn't looked back except for a scary moment in 2, and Andy is going to take the win in KA Masters Heat number 1 over his brother Chris Kutcher. And then it is going to be Ethan Bocono with Elliott Bocono 3rd and 4th. Back 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th. It is going to be Travis Gregg who made a move up into 5th there, with Daniel Fear holding 6th, Matt Abel up into 7th, and Nathan Williams dropping down into 8th place on the go here. KA Masters, your first heat of the day. They still have another heat coming up here at about 11:20-ish today, but that's your first heat done. Coming up next, it is IAME Micros. So again, we do that shuffle that I love doing here at Apex. We go our oldest category of the morning to our youngest category of the morning here. Micros coming up next. And this was one of those qualifying sessions, Kale, that, you know, with the micros, we almost have to remind them that it was qualifying earlier. They were ready to go and race and fight and battle. So if that was the indication of the morning, I'd imagine we're going to see more of that here today. And as our next category gets rolling here, the IAME Micros getting rolling on track. You saw a brief look at the radar there in the bottom right. We were just having a discussion with the back end saying, hey, is it rain that we're seeing, or are we a little bit crazy here? And the answer, as always, is a little bit crazy. Points leader James Fox up on top with TJ Akers. Toby Blue, Remy Boss, second place in points, fourth on the grid here, Kale.
Yeah, and then we have Rhett Blue, Miles Hale, Beckett Hemphill in seventh, and then Wyatt Barrelsman in eighth, and then Thomas DeLong rounding out the field in ninth. So we'll see what James can do here. We did see the monumental pace that he had in qualifying comparatively to the rest of the field. So we'll see what he can do as we come to green here.
One of the notes of the drivers' meeting here was to make sure you're very slow and ready to go on the race start, as we will get the green going. It looks like back in the back there, that was Beckett Hemphill and Thomas DeLong having a bit of a slow getaway. Everyone else able to get through. James Fox with a beautiful run out of 1 and able to get going. A little bit of signals along here, moving some carts around. The Magic Cart making a move down the inside there on blue of Rhett Blue, making the move along as we see everyone shuffle around. We're up and going here in IAME Micro.
Yeah, and I'm not really sure what happened at the start, but I did see what looked like Wyatt Barrelsman look over and have to start his motor again. So maybe a little too slow for this micro class, but hopefully they'll get that figured out for Heat 2, because they already have over a second gap from Barrelsman to Hemphill, and then from DeLong, he is 4 seconds back. So big problems for Thomas there, which is unfortunate for him. But hopefully the next one he can figure out that start. It's a little bit slow. It was a little bit slow. But we see James Fox at the start of this one. The pace is just unreal. Already setting 42.8s comparatively to Toby's 44.4. And TJ's 42.5. Now James has a 41.8. And he is 2.5 seconds gone up the road. So what a drive already, just in the first 2 laps for James here in Heat 1.
James Fox in the top cart just finding a ton of pace here in this micro category. And one of the things I will note too on that race start is the way that the race control works here. There are a lot of video marshalling systems set up around this track. So if any of our track officials see something, they call it out, and then our stewards will review, and then you get summoned to the steward's office to be handed your penalty. 41.249 James Fox across the line here as we watch the Dragons try to fight their way along in the go here. Rhett Blue, Toby Blue sticking tail to nose respectively as they have Remy Boss with Boss Pro Karting back behind. Remy making a move to the outside here. Now going to split the blues and go to the middle here. I don't know if you want to play the blues, but split the blues I guess is a good option if you're Remy Boss right now. Moving up into 4th place. Looking to make a move up ahead of Toby Blue for 3rd now, and this is where things are going to challenge back. Look at the different lines that they are willing to take here in micro, and this is one of the things I love about the mini micros. They will very much take a different line than what you'll see anyone else do in the name of a battle, a pass, and sometimes just the cart size facilitates them taking different lines.
Yeah, it makes the track a little bit wider for these kids, so they can get a little bit more creative with, you know, how to pass and how to get around another driver. But yeah, it looked like at the start of last lap a little mishap for Toby as he went down 2, a little mistake into I think 3, and then you've seen his brother and Remy get by. So we'll see what he can do to recover here. But he's got Miles Hale right on his tail, looking to go by, and Toby knows he's coming, looking over the shoulder, taking a little bit of a defensive line into 1. So we'll see what Miles can do and get creative. You see his tucking, trying to get around here. So we'll see what that top cart can do of Miles to get around the first blue brother and maybe make his way towards Rhett and Remy.
Right now, Remy still not able to get past Rhett. Rhett's actually opened up about a 1/4 second gap and is doing a really good job to maintain that gap ahead and not allow that to focus up. Another look at the radar, and well, it's imminent. I hate to be the bearer of bad news here in Camden, Ohio, but it is imminent coming along as we look. And how long it'll last? Well, it's definitely going to put a damper on our morning. We'll see what happens in the afternoon. Does any more pop-ups come along and shake up our day? But we definitely do know that the morning is going to get affected by the rain. And this track, it's so fast. I mean, we saw in the Masters, of course, the Kutcher brothers, they were almost going up on two wheels at times. Right now in the micros, they definitely seem like they have a lot of grip. How, as a driver, especially in these younger categories, Kale, I have to, pick your brain on this one. How do you think these younger drivers are going to react knowing that rain is imminent, and maybe it's not in this session, but the next time they get on track, it may be raining?
Yeah, and I think it was Rhett. He just wiped his shield with his hand. So it might already be here a little bit with some sprinkles or whatever that may be, but he did wipe his helmet off with his glove. So yeah, I mean, for these drivers, some of them may not be as experienced in the rain. James probably has his good experience. TJ might, but some of these drivers have obviously less experience in a whole. Oh, big into the wall. That's Miles Hale. Oh, that would have hurt a little bit. What happened? Is it starting to sprinkle maybe? Is that what we've seen? And yeah. I don't know what just happened there, but big moment for him. And yes, rain has arrived. I've just got confirmation. What a moment for him. That poor guy. He hit that wall, those barriers hard. But yeah, it looks like these drivers are struggling a little bit for grip here. And they're on slicks. So they have to adapt quicker than ever. The track is going to be changing so much if it starts raining. We only have about 28 seconds before the clock winds down. So we'll see if these drivers can make it work. But another wipe of the shield from One Brothers. So let's see how the last lap unfolds after rain starts changing this race here.
It is light rain. It's not bad, but I think some of that too, of course, Kale, is the fact that these younger drivers may not have as much experience and they kind of have to adapt on the fly. And well, I hate to be the bearer of bad news. Sometimes the only way to get experience in the rain is to drive in the rain. We saw there Rhett Blue losing 2 places very quickly with a bit of a wide run. I think that's just a case of, again, trying to learn this track on the fly in changing conditions. It's so difficult. Even, just to give context, the top pinnacles of motorsport, NASCAR, Formula One, IndyCar, pick your favorite driver there. There was a time they had to learn how to drive in the rain on the fly as well. And we've seen some of the best drivers in the world have rain knock things out. That's why rain is always known as the great equalizer in motorsport here. 2 laps to go on the board. James Fox right now in the top cart with about a 9.5, push it 10-second lead right now over TJ Akers, who has a bit of breathing room over Remy Boss as well. Remy Boss, Toby Blue there, they are still battling it out right now. The Dragon trying to chase down the Boss.
Yeah, and what a performance from Fox here as well. Just completely leaving the field behind. Does that say 9.5 seconds? Wow. What a performance from him. But yeah, look at the, only one driver going off with some slight rain with slicks on. Just that little bit can be a big difference. Especially looking at with these young drivers, they've maybe haven't driven in the rain before or don't really understand the adapting in with the slicks, whatever it may be. But yeah, great performance from James here. He obviously looks really, really good in that top cart. Just
James,
total domination, over 10 seconds of a gap.
James Fox crosses the line for the win here. We'll wait to get the final gap. TJ Akers comes across the line. Gap between the top cart and the magic cart, 11.6 seconds on the final go of things in ever-changing, difficult conditions here. Remy Boss does move up to P3 here, trying to fight through for the championship with Toby Blue over Rhett Blue. And then it's going to be Beckett Hemphill, Wyatt Burlesman, Thomas DeLong, and unfortunately, Miles Hale, last place here on the day, as the micros have concluded their heat run and they have gotten things through. It's been a wild morning, and this morning isn't done producing things. We're going to take a step aside for a brief moment. When we come back, it's time for KA Senior Heats here on Kart Chaser.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney, Turney in the dirt.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspect with mindset, racecraft and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
Macro Motorsports builds champions every day, drivers who won on the world stage. The Tillotson T4 Series is pure spec racing. Same engine, same chassis. When you win, it's because you were the best that day. Your edge is not the kart, it's the setup, the strategy, and the race team. With our Arrive and Drive program, you simply bring your gear, we provide the equipment and the championship-winning support to every event. Stop wrenching, start racing. Your path to the T4 Nations Cup in Spain starts with us. For more information, contact us at macromotorsports.net.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, where karts are on track here. It's time for KA Seniors to roll here on Kart Chaser for your coverage of the Apex Karting Championship round number 2 here of the Midwest Go. Camden, Ohio is the location. A light touch of rain is the occasion. And we are going to get things set up and get ready for some hard racing in the Senior Heat 1. Eli Warren, Ryan Crouch, Aiden Larenko, and Tyler Kolshorn is your top 4 here, Kale. Should be fun, though, because they're all very similar in pace.
Yeah, no kidding. And we look back at even the top 10. You know, Adam Maxwell is P10 right now. Jordan Klein is 9th. These drivers are no slouches when it comes to, you know, pace and being able to race up front. So we'll see what this race shakes out to be as we come to the line here.
And coming up to the line, we'll get ready to roll here with Eli Warren, Ryan Crouch. Top 2, they get rolling here. Down into turn 1 we go. How do they handle the changing grip conditions? And it looks like out of turn 1, they're okay. We, again, don't take turn 2 on the first lap. And heading down into 3, wiggles on the brakes up front for Crouch. And able to keep things nice and tidy through the first part of the lap. Side by side we go. And where they stop, well, it's going to be in 6.5 minutes plus 2 laps right now. The KA Seniors trying to work their way into a single file and then start picking the field one by one.
And yeah, Eli Warren takes the point with a great start from him on that Stealth Motorsports machine. Ooh, someone lost their chain guard, I believe, or their sprocket guard. So we'll see. We'll try and pick up who that is. Heartbreak for them, as I believe that is a penalty there as well. But yeah, what a good start. Clean start. No real big contact or no offs for any driver here. And I'm assuming you wouldn't want to go off right about now because the grass might be a little wet. You know, it'll suck you in and, you know, cause for a really dirty go-kart and a loss of a lot of time. Ryan Crouch right on the back of Eli Warren. Let's see if they work together. Eli is a pretty big Briggs driver, so we'll see. Big moment there for the 930 of Connor Hulls. He almost dips a tire into one. But what a race so far. Good start, clean. We'll see how it shakes out.
Connor Hull's giving me a bit of a heart attack there, going through one. I kind of jumped backwards a little bit. Wasn't expecting that here. Colin Flynn, the 926, the new Gen Kart Republic, currently working through. That is what we're being told is the driver that lost the chain guard. It's the 926 who lost the chain guard here, currently running down last place through. And yeah, look at the camera shot there. Shout out to all of our camera operators. You can see that chain guard missing right there on the back end of the kart. Up front here, Warren, Crouch, Lorenko, top three, currently sitting nose to tail.
Yeah, and Crouch went for a move on Warren. He must think he's a little bit quicker, has the better pace as Lorenko creeps towards those top two. And we'll see, I think soon here, once Warren knows that Lorenko's coming, he's going to decide, all right, it's time to go, and go on Crouch, and maybe we see a battle erupt here in Heat 1.
A little bit of a slide there into the braking of 3-4 Crouch in the Tony kart, but able to really rotate the kart, get through well. Notice that from several drivers into 3 out of that long straightaway. It seems like they go to get into the turn and they're turning before the turn, if that makes sense. I know you and me know what I mean by that, but kind of, Kale, if you want to explain what the turn before the turn really is doing for these karts, especially into turn 3 where they're sending it so fast.
Yeah, so coming up, here goes Eli Warren, like I said, up the inside of Ryan Crouch. And here's Lorenko trying to follow. Can't do anything. Crouch comes back in a second. So, and Warren, what a move for him. I think that was a little bit strategic going into there so he can, you know, bridge a little gap to Crouch. And then hopefully Lorenko, for Warren's sake, hopefully Lorenko and Crouch start to battle it out a little bit. But there seems to be enough of a gap for Crouch that he doesn't have to worry too much about Lorenko just yet. But like you said, so going into 3 here, you can see Crouch do it again. Warren's a little bit more smooth. It wasn't as bad that time. Here's Adam Maxwell and Leslie, and Jordan Klein following through. Leslie getting fed a wheel a little bit. And that's Adam Maxwell up to 7th there, making his way forward towards the top 5 here in the next group of 3. But yeah, like we said, so going into 3 there, super heavy braking zone. The idea is to kind of get the kart rotated, pointed towards the corner. And here's another move for 4th on back. So yeah, so let's watch here, getting off track a little bit. But yeah, going into here, they kind of set the go-kart, get on the brakes. Ooh, Lida into the back of Alex there. Maybe missed his braking zone just a little bit. But the idea is set the go-kart, and then when you get on the brakes, all that weight moves to the front of the go-kart. So it's like, think of a boat. When you speed up, the boat lifts up. When you slow down, it kind of nosedives a little bit. Another big moment for Lida. Oh, and he takes the cut through. What just happened there for him? Big moment. And he
Lida went up on 2
back.
wheels there through turn 1.
He slots back into 11th. What heartbreak for him there. But oh my goodness, what a moment. I'm just glad he is on all 4 tires here, finishing off that lap. But the idea is, you bring the weight towards the front of the go-kart, and that's when you see that, that inside rear pickup, because all the weight is sitting on the front of the go-kart, and that's when the kart really decides that it wants to turn. So you see there, Crouch gets a little sideways. My only problem with that, though, is it heats up the tires quite a bit. So you see Warren, he's very smooth going in it comparatively. When Ryan Crouch is leading, he would kind of get a little bit more sideways. Now Ryan is a little bit more relaxed going into there, and I think that's because of that. But the idea is when you're getting on such a heavy braking zone, it upsets the go-kart a little bit, and it also rotates it. So it's just going to try and help get through the corner, and here goes Ryan Crouch on Eli Warren. Good move. Crouch up to P1. Another lead change for this KA Senior field with 15 seconds left. So we'll see if I think they'll cross one more time before we get the white flag. We'll see. It's going to be close.
It's going to be really
Eli
close
Warren
here,
back up
especially when
inside. Oh, this is going to be a big moment. We're almost 3 wide. Going down, and Lorenko is going to slot in a second here. Little mistake from Crouch as he tried to hold the outside around a hairpin. And Eli Warren to the bottom of the track here. We'll see what this last lap looks like.
Watch out for these top three, because the more these top three battle, the more that invites Alex Zaculio back into the mix. And yes, it was a 3-second gap when they crossed the line, but when you're going 3 wide around a karting track that's just wide enough for it, and you have to give concessions to not end up with penalties later, well, that can cause things to get a little crazy. Crouch and Warren and Lorenko, they're battling it out hard here as they come across the line. White flag, 1 lap to go this time by, and it is Warren who leads Lorenko, who leads Crouch into turn 1. Coming out of turn 2, big defensive move here from Warren all the way down to the bottom. Let's pull out to the outside if you're Lorenko, and Crouch looking to go the middle side by side. Here we go, coming through out of 3 through 4. It holds lines for now, these top 3. Think breathing a little bit. Look at Crouch trying to make a move down the inside here on Lorenko, trying to go for second. Gets the move done there in the Tony Kart, now fighting back along as they're shuffling things out. And for Warren, this is a breath of fresh air coming through the final corner. It is going to be Eli Warren who's going to bring his kart across the line to win Heat 1. Crouch and Lorenko, they do swap there for second place, and you see the hand up there coming through. Great battles there from second and third. Zaculio 2 seconds back in fourth, lost or gained over a second coming through that final lap from the battles of the top 3. Chase Adams, Jordan Klein, Adam Maxwell, Wyatt Leslie, Tyler Colshorn, and Mason Ward, your top 10 in KA Senior. And if you're wondering about our times for the morning, here we go. IAME Minis coming up next. KA Juniors will then round things out. We'll take a short break after that, and then we do the whole thing again for another round of heat. Same amount of time, same amount of goes. 7 minutes plus 2 laps. I'll tell you right now, it's going to be exciting. IAME Minis firing off here in just a couple of minutes. All right, let's take a look at the radar here because it literally couldn't have worked out better for us. I think the vortex theory has really shown itself here today. If you watch, you see the weirdest little line develop in that band of green. And I will tell you right now, I had been watching this radar all morning, and the closer and closer it got, the scarier and scarier it was looking. And then all of a sudden, just this little line split through, and it split things out, and we managed to miss probably the heaviest of the rain and get a bit lucky here. Couldn't have worked out better, I'm not gonna lie. Mini Heat 1 out here. Anderson Hemphill, Aiden Go will be kicking things off up in the front here, Kale, and it should be a great fight from these 6 karts.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what Aiden Go has for Anderson here. What a qualifying session. Very, very close. And Aiden is not going to be no slouch here. He's going to be looking to dominate this weekend, coming off some very, very good results in the national side of things. And Anderson, well, what an opportunity for him to go head-to-head with one of the best mini drivers in the country as we come to green here.
Coming through into the tram lines, getting the signal to slow down, coming up to the box, and we are going to be green for 7 minutes plus 2 laps here of Mini Heat number 1. Great run into turn number 1. Everyone taking the avoidance there of turn number 2. Side by side we go for 2nd place into 3. Big send down the inside there for Aiden Go to get back up into 2nd place. Had dropped out of turn 1 down into 3rd. That's just the nature of the inside versus outside line playing itself through, but Aiden Go able to get back up into 2nd. Now we'll set the sights on Anderson Hemphill as we come around, and yes, that's how quick 1 lap around this track is. Coming out of the final corners, lap 1 done. 6 minutes left to go.
Yeah, now the whole goal for Aiden is, tracking down Anderson, and he looks quick. He did it already. He's in the draft. I expect at the end of this lap, he'll be looking to make a move on Anderson in his MGM. And what a start for Aiden. Dropping back to 3rd. Making that move right back, going into turn 2. Well, I guess on the first lap, or normally turn 3. But since we skip turn 2 on the first lap just because of safety and whatever else, now, yeah, like I said, Aiden Go right on the bumper of Anderson Hemphill, and I expect he'll be wanting to take away that first spot soon. And here we go. What a lunge up the inside for Aiden Go here. Aiden Go to P1, and now he's going defensive.
Aiden Go going defensive here into 3, setting things up there in the Paralyn kart. Some notes on Aiden Go that we didn't touch on in qualifying. They were working on the kart last night, and Aiden Go yesterday, was absolutely lights out over the field in pace yesterday during the practice sessions. Had great runs and was doing very, very well. Unfortunately, information we're getting on the back end had some carburetor issues during qualifying due to accidentally leaving a bolt down in the airbox. They got sucked up in the carburetor, took out some pace, and even then, Go still had some great pace along. It was a lug nut specifically that was left through that got pulled through the airbox, hurt the pace. Get that set up. Now Aiden Go back up to the pace that we saw yesterday and having a absolutely strong go of it so far as the battle for P3, Toronto and Jessup begins to really, really heat up.
Yeah, and we can now see that pace on display. Anderson is only about a 10th right now behind on that last lap, but that is with draft. So, the raw pace that we're seeing from Aiden might just be that little bit better. And we'll see what he can do now that he doesn't have a whole lug nut messing with his carburetor. That would probably be about the worst thing that you could do for your pace. No power at all in that situation. Now we look back to 3rd and 4th of Caden Taruno and Jackson Jessup. Nice little battle as well for them two. And we'll see what type of show, and maybe they can make their way forward as Anderson Hemphill also goes purple there. So he does have pace. We're looking at maybe a good battle for first and second, and then third and fourth here.
This third and fourth battle definitely looking to be strong here. Top two looking to close up a bit more now. Let's watch Hemphill into 7 has managed to close back into the back. This is where the patience is really showing here for Hemphill. Hemphill currently fastest car on track. Last time across with a 40.2 side-by-side down the front stretch into turn 1, send to the inside, slide it along, and for Anderson Hemphill, that is how you go past Dayton Go. Out of turn 2, now we'll go defensive, helmet down, looking straight ahead, back look over the shoulder, and into 3. That pass is settled in for now. Anderson Hemphill in the MGM, now up to the front.
Yeah, and what a good move. I kind of expected Aiden to pull away a little bit. Anderson is definitely telling me, yeah, no, I'm not letting that happen. So we'll see what he can do now that he holds onto that lead. We'll see what Aiden wants to do. See if he wants to work together. But they have enough of a gap that I think if they wanted to play a little bit, they could. But the mini and micro categories are a little bit more like the Briggs side of things, where these kids like to work together a little bit, and it works if they do, because a little bit less power, so they can push away a little bit. And Anderson looks to have some really good pace here. There's a pretty decent sized gap in between him and Go at this point. So I don't know if Go made a mistake in the 3 or 4, but a good pace we're seeing from Anderson Hemphill.
I think there's a bit of an accordion effect that's going to start here. The gap is going to expand, and then it's going to compress. And when that gap compresses, of course, with an accordion, that's where you get the best music. That's where you get all of your sound from. So I think that's what we're going to see. MGM, looking at the cadet chassis here, this is the first season of MGM Cadets being a full-time IAME package, long-time 4-cycle brand here, and now making the run through. And MGM's got to be happy right now, the fact that Hemphill's up in the front.
Yeah, no kidding. What a good showing for MGM. That's Paul and April, and a move here for third. Good move. Is that not a place you typically see it? Oh, that's for 5th. Sorry. But yeah, not a place you typically see it. So aggressive move there for the DPC Motorsports. The 125 Milan Ilek. Good move into off the back straight for 5th there. And yeah, I think you're right. I think we're seeing that accordion effect. It kind of goes in and out with Ingo and Hemphill. And part of that, I think, is because of draft. Anderson's kind of towing Aiden around a little bit. But it's still close enough where if Aiden wanted to, he can get close enough, I think, to make a move. So I think we're still going to be, a race is not out of the question here. We'll see Aiden, I think, send a move at some point in the next lap or so, as he would probably know that the time is ticking down at this point, and he doesn't want Anderson to run away, right? So he wants a chance at that first spot, because to be honest, starting spot in third, almost better than first at this track. It's a long turn 1 at the start, so we'll see what Ingo can do here. Coming to last lap or so.
2 laps to go on the board here. Aiden Go needs to go, and Jackson Jessup needs to giddy up to try to get up into third. You see them coming through 1 up in the front here. Hemphill, helmet down. Aiden Go, helmet down. Go back to 3rd and 4th again, helmet down, looking for some pace here. The Sodi Kart there of Caden Torno in 3rd, looking to have a great run through 6 into 7. That gap there, 3rd to 4th, definitely the accordion effect, but the wrong way right now, I have to say. That's more like the fishing line cast. White flag hits, 1 lap to go. Hemphill looks over the shoulder out of the final corner into 1. The gap, half a second there for the top 2.
Yeah, and you could see Aiden jumping up on his steering wheel down the straightaway, looking for anything to just have a chance at Anderson. I don't know if he's going to get it. Anderson looks really quick here, setting a 40.3 3.9 last lap, so he's just under a tenth quicker than Aiden Go. Just barely doing enough to keep the distance, and it looks to be that he's gonna come across the line first here.
Coming through down the line, and it is going to be Anderson Hemphill out of the final corner, taking the win over Aiden Go by 0.6 of a second. Third place will be Torno, with Jackson Jessup holding fourth place. Milan Eilick will come through into fifth, and then Zen Veach in the top cart will hold sixth place here for the mini category. Your 6 carts, great battles, I have to say, between the top 2, swapping, then swapping back, then swapping one more time. That sets a great precedent. And again, remember, they get to do this all again here in just a little bit. We're going to take a step aside here at Kart Tracer. When we come back, it's going to be time for KA Juniors. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Champions aren't just born on the kart track. At SimShop, we deliver professional-grade simulators with the best performance-to-price ratio in the industry. Founded by racers who understand what you need, our SimMagic and Moza equipment is powerful enough for the pros, yet affordable for everyone. With unmatched customer support and a thriving community, we're your racing partner. Visit simshop.com today.
Karting isn't just speed. It's control, precision, freedom. At Atlanta Motorsport Park, Kart Freedom isn't just a team. It's where drivers are made.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR, with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Hi, I'm Jackson with Alpha Race Hub. Alpha is an all-in-one motorsports software solution that can solve all the software problems you need for your track, facility, or series. Alpha can cover all your software bases, from online registration, digital e-waivers, a proprietary timing and scoring software, incident management, automated points tabulation, tire and barcode scanning. We even have our own mobile timing app and rental kart activity management software. If you're looking to consolidate your motorsports software solutions, reach out to us at alphatiming.co.uk.
You know, I'm really starting to like this go-karting thing.
Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my god.
Wait, do you guys say you like shopping?
Of course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayCarrier.com. At ShopPayCarrier.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopPayCarrier.com.
Who is he talking to?
No idea.
But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal.
Sure.
And for your final heat number 1 of the day, again, remember we do all this again after here on the go. It is time for KA Juniors. Alex Kutcher, Christopher Yutzi, AJ Stoner, Daniel Dragunov, your top 4 as they roll towards the line.
Yeah, and I'm super excited to see this one. We were just talking before. I think out of all the classes, this one might be the one to bring the most fireworks. So we'll see how this race turns out. It's looking to be a good one.
That it is as we roll down side by side towards the tram lines, and we're looking for the start zone. We are green, we are racing, and it's already up front. Yutzi and Kutcher battling it out up in the front. Mix in some Dragunov with that top 3. Already looking to shuffle things up and defending the inside line. Already clear indications from the 878 there of Alex Kutcher, who's in the lead of what the goal is, but can't capitalize in 3. Loses 1 place, gets shuffled along, is going to lose 2. And Alex Kutcher went from 2nd to 1st to 3rd in the matter of 4 corners.
Yeah, what a good start, though, as well. We didn't, just like, I mean, all today, we haven't seen really too big of offs or contact at the start, so good job by these drivers making it clean and racing each other well. You see Jacob Scheibele up the inside there, and he's through. Good move there for, that would be back for 6th. Another move here for 4th. That is Avalos on Dragunov, and he makes that stick as well.
These juniors, they really pull the gloves off, and they will fight things out. They're such a great blend of racecraft and control. As the 807 of Avalos, look at that right rear going through 7, coming up a little bit from the grip and just from the power being put down here, getting that cart rotated. Up front, though, Christopher Yutzi has pulled a 0.6 of a second gap in the front and just continues to push to find momentum. Here we go. That's the 878. There's Alex Kutcher and the Lando Norris cart down for 2nd. It does make that move stick, and that will put AJ Stoner down into 3rd.
Yeah, and what a move there. And like you said, he was up further in actually P1 at one point, fell back to about 4th, but now he's looking to track down Yutzi, as Yutzi's got a great gap. Stoner is not happy about something that Kutcher just did. Not sure what he is all fussed up about, but Kutcher looks to have the pace to go track down Yutzi, so we'll see what he can do, as he did go purple last time by with a pass. So that tells me that he has quite a bit of pace, and let's see what he can do tracking down that 8/10 gap to Yutzi.
8/10 gap is a pretty significant margin here in the world of karting. It's not impossible to overcome, but it definitely is going to take some effort. Look over the shoulder there from Alex Kutcher back at AJ Stoner to see where that position is at. The gap maintained last lap around at 0.87, and will continue to push up here in the front. AJ Stoner not able to find any moves here into 3. That accordion effect definitely showing itself. And watch Avalos behind there, the AMAX Racing driver, who is looking very, very strong in the 807. Looks like a little bit of patience. As we look at Dragunov and Scheibele, who are battling it out along for 5th and 6th, they are really, really getting competitive as well, and not giving any breathing room. There's definitely no breathing room being allowed right now in KA Junior. If you think you get a moment, you definitely don't, because there's the 821. There's Scheibele going through. There's Price. We're going to go 2 by 2 up here into turn 3, and that is the 851 of Dragunov trying to play defensive, losing 1 position, trying to make sure it's not a 2nd position, as Van Horn has now jumped up the order.
And unfortunate for Scheibele here, he was, at the start of this lap, he was 6th, and now he is, I think, 8th. So losing 2 spots there, you know, unfortunate for him. But yeah, just the pure racing, actually, he would be 9th. And another move for Travis Van Horn up the inside of Daniel Dragunov. And this is looking to erupt back in this midfield area. So we'll see what these guys can bring us in the last few laps. But yeah, Daniel unfortunate for him, he started P4. Now he's down to 7th right now, I believe. So rough start to the heat 1 for him. Let's see what he can do to bring it back, hopefully, and continue his run forward.
Different lines into turn 1 starting to prevail as well. Big note that you're seeing some drivers really pick how they enter turn 1 differently than others in order to maximize. Gap up front, UT to Kutcher, 1.1 seconds. That's stabilized. AJ Stoner still right on the back of Kutcher, a little bit of breathing room, and then Avalos in the mix as well, giving a bit of breathing room. And then that mid-pack, I mean, it's just gloves off racing at that point in the mid-pack. They're not giving anyone any breathing room here as they come out of the final corner. And that is, again, led off by Daniel Dragunov in the 851, 7th place back. Here we go, down into turn 1. Mind the curb on the inside, and then that swaps around for turn 2. The 821, Shively was such a bad run out of 2 there, trying to get past Dragunov into 1. Does that open up for Furnish and Lapine to make a move? The answer is a resounding no, maybe. We're not done yet. 3 and 4. Cross one way to go, past the other as Jordan Lapine looking to make the moves in the 812. And I think somehow, out of all of that, they swapped places 10 times and end up just the way they were with a minute left to go in this race.
Yeah, and I think it was a smart run for Danny there. I don't think he has the pace that he had in qualifying or would like to have, and so the idea, he knew Jacob was coming, and his idea was just back them all up, and that's exactly what he did. And now he has a decent gap, about 2 seconds to the guys behind, so hopefully he can hold that off. As a move for third there, Avalos going on Stoner, and now we come down to about 30 seconds left on the time with 2 to go. After that, we'll see what these two can do and try and make their way towards UC and Kucher in the last about 2-3 laps here.
Call it 3 laps to go here. This one plus 2 more, and you can see your leaders kind of playing calm. And again, we go back to Dragunov, who I think is anything but calm here. Shively holding an 8th, Furnish, Lapine 8th, 9th, and 10th. And there is no relaxation in the back of the pack. You see a clear signal there from the 812 of Jordan Lapine saying, hey, focus forward. Don't worry about me behind. Let's get forward and find some more positions. There's Avalos trying to guard off AJ Stoner into 2 as we are 2 to go. Down the backstretch, top 2, bit more breathing room. 807 Avalos, very defensive there in the Tony Kart.
Yeah, going about halfway on that track there, and and here AJ Stoner's looking up the inside, maybe got a better run, but now there's a little bit of a gap like we talked about with the accordion effect here on the back straight. And what a race so far. We've had action all the way from first all the way back to the end of the field. But yeah, look at UC. Let's just take a moment to talk about him, because he has been just about perfect. Nobody has been able to touch him ever since about lap 1. And he just has such good pace, consistent pace, and that Steel Motorsports stealth is just hooked. He's held that 8/10 gap the whole race. What a performance from him in Heat 1. Promising Heat 1 results here. And now here's a battle back for Danny. Oh, big moment for Jacob. And now, yeah, just scramble. Danny gets fed a wheel from Jacob and he falls back 3 spots. Unfortunate for him. What a race we've had so far. Way to end off the Heat 1s. But yeah, what a race further back for Jacob, Eli Furnish, Jordan, and Danny. Unfortunate for him, though, falling back from 4th to 10th. Not the result he was looking for here in Heat 1.
An up and down day here for K Juniors. Christopher Utsi finding the top. That gap did come down to 0.8 of a second, though, to note. But Alex Kutcher did find a second on Andrew Avalos. We'll see how that forms in Heat 2. And then Stoner and Jet Price finishing out your top 5 with Travis Van Horn sitting in 6th. And then in that 7th through 10th battle. Absolutely all over the place. We'll see how that plays out. That is the conclusion of Heat 1s here on the morning. It's been a wild morning, and, well, if that wasn't enough for you, I got bad news, or great news, depending on how you're feeling. We'll get to do it all again. And when we come back here in about 10-15 minutes, we'll be back in for another 7 minutes plus 2 laps of all of our IAME classes. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back here on Kart Chaser. All right, we're going. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen here. Hope you enjoyed that short break because it's time to do everything we just did in the 10 o'clock hour, again in the 11 o'clock hour, and a little bit in the 12 o'clock hour. Welcome here for heat number 2 in KA Masters, where it's going to be Chris Kutcher over Andy Kutcher. Ethan Bocono, Elliot Bocono will be your top 4 rolling through here. And I'll tell you what, I am excited to see how this heat 2 goes because those top 4 had a great battle going.
Yeah, no kidding. The two separate sets of brothers put on a pretty good show at the start. The Kutcher brothers, though, definitely had the little bit of an edge in pace and pulled away just a bit, but then had a good race at the end. So we'll see how this heat goes and the rest of the heats following.
Nathan Williams, Daniel Freer, Travis Gregg, and Matt Abel rounding out your 8 karts. 4 Roderick Racing Development drivers in the mix here, and Andy and Chris up in the front. They're rolling to the start zone in the tram lines, and we are going to be green flag racing down into 1. It has to be a big defense there from Andy in order to hold off Ethan, and Elliot does so beautifully. Now 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th, they're going side by side, almost 3 wide into 3. Top 4 spreads out, 2 Kutchers, 2 Boconos, and then back in the back, you see the 451. Daniel Freer started 4th, is now off the track. That's the 496 that's off the track. That's Andy Kutcher. Andy Kutcher going off out of turn 5, drops all the way to the back of the order.
How unfortunate for him. Another poor start from the guy. I was just going to bring up that he had a better start than last time, but yeah, not so fast. Big problems for him as he falls back to the end of the tail of the field. Let's see what he can do to try and make gains back forward. But a big lead so far by Kutcher. About the same lead we've seen about from UC. Oh, big flip! Oh, no! Oh,
Big
I hope that
contact
driver's okay.
into 3 there. Multiple karts involved in that one as we see Chris leading up front. 5:45 left to go. Big moment there out of turn 3. Right now we are still green flag racing. Chris here in the front, and it's going to be Ethan Bocono crossing the line in 2nd, Elliot in 3rd, Matt Abel, Travis Freer. We have red flagged this session. We have red flagged this session. We are going to take a step aside here at Kart Chaser. We will be back here in just a moment.
Hey guys, another Kart Chaser driver fitness episode with me, Chris G. And today we're doing some upper back movements. Here we go. Exercise number 1 today we're doing is the reverse grip lat pull down. This exercise movement is one of my favorites because it works your grip strength, your biceps, and most importantly, works that lat area that also protects those ribs in the seat. Exercise number 2 today, the dumbbell chest supported row. Don't forget, good stretch at the bottom, and bring them right to your hips like that, keeping your back nice and arched, shoulders back. Think about having good posture in the cart. Exercise number 3, the inverted Smith machine rows. Grip strength, back strength, overall amazing workout. Thanks again for joining me on another Kart Chaser driver fitness episode with me, Chris G. Race ready training that carries into real life.
Gee, looks like we're missing the engine. What the hell am I supposed to tap?
What do you mean? It's my Greyhound. It's all I need.
Where's the rest of it?
It doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
You gotta make weight. Okay, you're good.
I'm sitting by here with Kyle, our race winner. Tell me how you did it. You were blazing fast out there, and I mean, you don't even have a go-kart, man. Tell me about it.
Yeah, you know, Norberg, Schmorberg, the Greyhound-powered Greyhound was great today. You know, it makes the difference. And the team's been working really hard back at the shop, and, you know, just shout out Greyhound.
Thank you, Kyle. How the f did you just win?
Doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself, quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Welcome to the future of kart race preparation, Kart Sim Pro North America. Featuring laser-scanned North American kart circuits and precision-tuned kart physics developed using real telemetry, dyno and tyre data, Kart Sim Pro North America delivers the most advanced and realistic kart simulation experience available today. Whether you're training for race day, refining your lines, or shaving tenths off your personal best, Kart Sim Pro gives you pro-level insight without leaving your home. Trusted by world champions, coaches, and karting enthusiasts alike, this is where virtual practice translates into real-world performance. Experience the thrill, the challenge, and the edge. Kart Sim Pro North America. Use code CHASER20 to get 20% off today.
One. All right, ladies and gentlemen, back after the red flag here. Driver that we saw involved in the incident was Nathan Williams. Very quickly got up under his own power. He is currently being evaluated further by our on-site medical team here to check and make sure how he is doing and that he is okay. Quick note, though, I have to say, Matt Abel driving in this race, by the way, found out in that moment that Matt Abel in that 463 kart is also a medic and was very quickly over to help the medical team evaluate Nathan Williams and get him going. So big shout out to Matt Abel in the 463, not just driving, but willing to jump and help when needed as karts are fired up here. The Maranello driver very clearly showing that camaraderie that we see all the time here in karting, Kale.
Yeah, no kidding. And props to the medical team. They did their job very quickly and were able to get over to an assist immediately. You know, we couldn't do this without them. So props to them, props to Matt. You know, stuff like that happens, but I'm really glad we have a professionals ready to assist immediately in a time like this. So yeah, we'll go green next time by. The red flag. So yeah, it was on the first lap. So green next time by here, and then we'll get this race going again. So full restart since it was on the first lap, and we'll get things underway again shortly here, coming to the front stretch again.
So with the restart, we go to the lap before because it was lap 1. The race technically hadn't started. So this is where we set up. Into the tram lines we go, and this will get this race underway. Chris and Andy up in the front, and then the Bocanos back behind. Green flag out, we're going. Let's see if Andy can have a better run this time. A bit of a saving grace for Andy Kutcher here to be able to get back up into second. A lot better restart this time, as long as Andy can hold on to it here through the first few corners. Into turn 3, Andy holding on. The Bocanos now not having the best of starts. I believe that was Elliot Bocano dropping down the order. 1 place, make it 2 places here as our medic of Matt Abel will be working down the inside, trying to nurse the way ahead here in that 463. Does so, moves up a place, and unfortunately one of the Bocanos has dropped down the order. Andy Kutcher this time able to take a bit of a reprieve from that red flag and stays up in second. The Kutchers hold 1 and 2.
Yeah, what a breath of fresh air for Andy there. Not having a good start to date. So glad to see him be able to figure out his start here, and now actually be able to start the end of the first lap on his family's bumper, instead of falling back and have to make his way back forward through the field. On the other hand, though, for Elliot, he's going to have some work cut out for him in the next 5 or 6 minutes here to make his way back up to his other brother and hopefully have a good run. And big lunge up the inside for Andy, not able to make it stick, not going deep enough into 1 there. And he thought about it again there, and there goes Elliot further back on Matt Abel.
Elliott looking to make a move to start working back up into the top 4. Andy getting very aggressive into 1 there on Chris, trying to make a move, getting up on the inside curbs, and then able to get back right behind here. The 426, Elliott working to head up forward. Chris, Andy, they'll cross the line. Let's get a reset on where this gap top 2 to P3 is. That gap was 8/10. It's now 1.3, even with the lunge from Andy into turn 1. Look at that, going up on 2 wheels. That is Abel. They have tons of grip out of turn 1 here. And Kale, I know we talked about this. You said that usually there wasn't that much grip, but it seems like, especially in these Masters, they are just ripping these karts around, and you could see it in multiple instances, including that one there, that 463 of Abel up on 2 wheels in turn 1.
And I wonder if that's due to just having a little bit more weight on those go-karts. Instead of, like, the senior class is at 360. I believe the senior class is either at 390 or 380. But yeah, that little bit of extra weight might just have the go-karts transferring a little bit too much to the outside, where they get up on 2 wheels and almost do what you call a grip flip without the flip. But yeah, 2-wheeling here at G&J. early in the weekend, not exactly what you want to see, especially on an early Saturday morning after some sprinkles. I hope they can free up the the go-karts a little bit for the final tomorrow, so they don't have to worry about that in a long-term race.
We're going to find out. Of course, tomorrow's race, the pre-final is 8 minutes plus 2 laps, and the final will be 12 minutes plus 2 laps to end out our days tomorrow. No additional sessions other than a warm-up first thing in the morning, and then it's straight into pre-finals and finals. So if you want to catch that, make sure, again, you are a Kart Chaser member. If you're watching this live, then you definitely are, so you'll be able to see all the action as it happens tomorrow. Chris and Andy locked nose to tail right now, and they are sitting with 3 minutes to go. 2 seconds up on Ethan last time across the line. This time across the line, gap will set to 2.7. So I talked about the accordion effect. I call this the fishing line effect. Sometimes you get momentum. Never mind. Scratch that. Down the inside. Here goes Andy. Andy and Chris battling it out, doing what they do best. They pull gaps, and then when the gap is big enough, they'll start, again, either leapfrogging or just straight up fighting. Chris trying to move back up the inside on Andy, though, out of turn number 6 into 7. Andy able to park the bus, defend it. Andy now leading Chris here. 2.5 minutes to go.
Yeah, and what a race we've seen from these two. These brothers are not showing much brotherly love. They're just going at it so far today. And another two-wheel thing for Chris here. And my goodness, they just throw it so deep into one and just ride it out and hope it sticks. But my goodness, I can't wait to see what that looks like when there's more rubber on the track. As long as it doesn't rain or anything like that, that's what we're going to see tomorrow. Later in the final, as those tires, get more heat in them and whatever else. The track has more rubber, but goodness, they look gripped up going through one already. So I'm excited to see what that looks like tomorrow. If we take a look back, Elliot Bocono is starting to make his ground on Travis Gregg, hoping to get back to Ethan, his other brother, but he got stuck behind Matt Abel for quite a while and now is finally just starting to make his rounds forward.
Yeah, seeing Elliott move up, heading towards Travis Gregg. Gap was 0.7 of a second last time across the line. We'll see how that compresses. Andy still defending Chris with 1:15 to go coming into the final corners. And you can see nose to tail, these two sitting along. Chris playing the patience game is going to be looking for a 2 to go signal before making a move. That's one of the things you'll see here in KA Masters, and this is the thing I've really picked up over all of my time commentating karts, is they either feel like they're faster right there where Chris moves up the inside of Andy, or they wait for a 2 to go signal to really make a charge. Chris very clearly feeling faster out of 2 down towards 3, makes that move, and with 45 seconds left to go, Chris and Andy flip-flop yet again.
Yeah, and what a race we have going for these two. I can't wait to end. We're not even 2 to go yet, so I can't wait to see what that looks like when they start really battling. And what's some pace, though, they have shown 38.4, which is quite a bit quicker, and that's with a move. So from Chris, some monumental pace here, and it looks like we are not short of battles, and with about 10 seconds left on the clock, coming to 2 to go. This time by, it should be. But we're in for some good racing here in the last 2 laps.
That we are coming down out of 10, 2 to go this time by as they cross the line. Chris leads Andy with 2 to go. This will be the 3rd time they flip-flopped who's leading who. Again, Andy getting very fortunate with the red flag rules to get back up into second. Andy had dropped from second to last on the first attempt of the race start. Of course, the red flag coming out there, and that allowed Andy back up into second. And 3rd time's the charm on a restart for Andy, apparently, on a race start, I should say, able to get back up into the front. And you got to wonder, if that hadn't have happened, where would Andy be right now? Do we think Andy could have fought back up to the front, as the grip in Andy's kart is something else, up on 2 wheels through 10?
Yeah, I don't know. That's a lot of ground. He was quite a ways back after the first lap, so that would have been some a hard fought way to the front for him. This is the last lap. No defending yet. Going into 3. We're going to see, I think, the only move able to happen going into that last hairpin as Chris gets a good run to the back straight. And he has a little bit of breathing room here going into the last few corners. We'll see if Andy can send it at all.
Chris looking good here through 10. Chris able to beat out Andy here. Andy with a bit of a rebound on a second race start, but Chris Kutcher able to come out as the top Kutcher brother here on heat number 2 in KA Masters. And then it will be Ethan Bocono coming across 3rd, Travis Gregg in 4th. Elliott only able to recover up to 5th there for Roderick Racing Development. Matt Abel, our resident medic with Marinello Racing in 6th. And then Daniel Freyer up into 7th. Of course, Nathan Williams involved in that red flag incident is currently being evaluated by On-Site Medical, and as we get more info through the day, we will keep you updated here on Kart Chaser. Next up here for our heat number 2, that was just the first one of our second heat cycle. Next, it's back to the IAME Micros for their 7 minutes plus 2 laps. And karts are on track and rolling here. Chris Kutcher, Andy Kutcher, of course, they're in Heat 2. I do want to give an update there on Nathan Williams. Nathan Williams is he's awake, he's alert, and he is being taken off-site to a nearby medical center for further evaluation at this time. As we get updates, we will keep you updated. Let's shuffle now to Micro Heat 2. James Fox, TJ Akers, Toby Blue in 3rd, Beckett Hemphill, Remy Boss, and Rhett Blue. We'll see how those Dragon schemes go, as there's a bit of confusion, it looks like, for who is where in tram lines. Will we get green? They give them the green flag. We are rolling, but I would imagine that race control will be looking at that race start there and looking at tram lines. There's a bit of contact there between Remy Boss and Rhett Blue early on there coming through as Rhett Blue tries to get back to Toby here. Remy Boss battling through down the inside. We have a bit more run here. That is Miles Hale in the top car making a move here in the mid-pack. Up front, James Fox trying to do what James Fox has been doing so far today and just set strong pace early.
Yeah, what a crazy start for this micro field. A lot of contact, no crashes though. Keeping everybody clean there, so that's good. Did see Akers try and shove a nose in going down into 3 on the first lap. And I think his idea was to try and back Fox up so he doesn't get away like he is doing right now. So we'll see if he can do anything to try and back Fox up into the rest of the field. But it'll be tough, to say the least. James Fox has been so quick today, and he's had an unmatchable pace compared to the rest of the field so far.
James Fox, 42.519 on the end of lap 1, and we'll see where that time comes down to there for the top kart driver. Coming to the line now, glimpse over the shoulder. How far back is the magic car to TJ Akers? The answer, 1.9 seconds after 2 laps. That is a massive, massive difference. 1.2 seconds in pace as we look further back here. Again, this is Toby Blue, Remy Boss, Miles Hale. They are battling for 3rd. And you see a lot of looks over the shoulder there from the 290 of Toby Blue, who is giving a clear indication to Remy and Miles. The double tap of the helmet and the hand forward, that's the universal signal, Kale, if I'm not mistaken, of, hey, stop fighting me, let's work together and let's get ahead. And I feel like usually the response is either a resounding thumbs up or you get lunged at for a pass soon.
Yeah, there's no middle ground for response to that sign either, and I think we're about to see a response real soon because that nose poked out there. But yeah, no real middle ground for that response. And here's a move, like I just said, and he makes it stick. Good lunge into 3, and we see that response coming out there.
Remy Boss, great move there on Toby Blue up into third. The red dragon there holding into fourth place now, trying to hold off the top cart of Miles Hale behind. Up front, a 40.968 lap record here in the micro category for James Fox. What a run James Fox is going to have here. Akers able to pull through as well. And then again, you have third, fourth, and fifth here on screen that are absolutely going. Watch this top cart down to the inside on the 290, not able to make the move. Miles Hale pulls back into line here against Toby Blue, and Remy Boss now trying to accordion this and find a little bit of breathing room. Defensive line from the 290, aggressive line from Hale looking to make some sort of a move, but for Toby Blue, it's all about parking the bus. And I tell you what, I don't know how wide these micro karts are or how wide G&J Kartway is, but if you are Toby Blue right now, you kind of want those numbers to match or feel like they match with the battle behind.
Yeah, no kidding. And now we're kind of seeing a little gaps in between almost every driver. Of course, James Fox is just out in his own world, and so is TJ Akers, having pace that is better than the rest of the field, but James Fox has just trumped everybody else. And the rest of the karts, they're kind of starting to spread out too after some battling for third through fifth. And so now we're starting to see gaps kind of form a little bit here and there throughout this micro field.
You know, I don't really have a solid answer either on why these gaps are here in this category. And nobody in this category is a slouch in pace. Nobody in this category is, really has, off pace compared to everyone else. Everyone here is quick and continuing to find time and improve. And it seems like really if you're not getting things set up early on, it gets really hard to dig yourself out of a hole once that gap starts to open and you really settle into your own rhythm here. 2 minutes left to go. James Fox up in the go again with a 41 flat that time through, a 41.8 for TJ Akers last time, and a 42.2 last time across for Remy Boss.
Yeah, and looking at Remy's last performance at in micro at Apex, he did have a similar weekend. He qualified P3, had a P2 finish in both heats. Pre-final was P4, and then final was P3. So he's super consistently, standing close or, if not on that podium. And his competition here is from Toby Blue, trying to make way into that podium spot there in this Heat 2 session.
And looking at some of Toby Blue's experience here, heading along, has experience at Newcastle, Route 66 series in 206, has some experience last year as well in some Kart Circuit Autobahn League racing there for Ignite Rookie and Sportsman categories respectively, and ran in micro last year in the Apex Midwest round number 1. So tons of experience from these drivers heading through. Sometimes it is just a case, though, I think, of finding their way along here as the 212 of James Fox up in the front is heading through one of our two top karts in this category. And then you have Miles Hale, who is the 215, who is sitting in fifth, the other top kart. Looking back here at third place, you have Remy Boss, again, the 288 with Toby Blue going through, and that is one of our top karts. It looks like going very slow. That is Fox. Did he just have a moment?
Yeah, not sure what happened to Fox though there, but looks like he had a big moment, maybe going off or something like that. But he has quite a bit of a cushion to be able to do something like that with over almost a 9-second gap there, cut down to 4, but still he could do it again and he would still be in the lead there. So he is okay. Maybe he's able to learn from that, and unfortunately not going to be able to put the 12-second lap on the field like last time, but still great drive from him being so quick. He's pushing the limits, that's for sure, and maybe that's why he went off, dropped a tire or something like that.
And for James, that's got to be a big hit to the confidence here for him heading through. But now he's right back into the rhythm. Let's see this time through back to a 41-2. So he's still running a few tenths off. But, yeah, James Fox with a big off there, having that moment. But I guess when you're up in front and you have enough of a gap built, that one small moment, if you can keep it as minimal of a moment as possible, you can kind of get away with it here as we're 2 laps to go. That battle for fourth still heating up on the bottom of your screen, up on the top of your screen. We keep an eye on the race leader there. He's had one off, and James Fox has to try to keep it together and not have another off in that top cart here as our leaders comes through for the white flag. Meanwhile, that battle for fourth, we're looking back here. That is Toby Blue, Miles Hale, who continue to battle out.
And we see James Fox coming around for one last time, and still enough of a gap to do that, to go off and make a big mistake again. But he looks relaxed up there, you know, saving tires, hopefully, you know, being smart about it. He's got a long weekend left ahead of him, another 2 big important races in front of him, and but yeah, here he comes to the line. And easy peasy for James Fox here in Heat 2.
Fist pump of celebration there from James Fox. Easy peasy, but a little bit of lemonade spilled in the lemon squeezy portion, I'll say. TJ Akers second. Remy Boss. Miles Hale does get past Toby Blue. 4th and 5th. Rhett Blue will bring the green dinosaur machine across for 6th. Beckett Hemphill 7th. And then Thomas DeLong and Wyatt Burlesman will be your 9 carts here in the micro heat 2 category to come across. That is our second heat, second heat, try to say that 5 times fast, of the day done. Coming up next, it'll be KA Senior here in just a moment. All right, and getting right into it here. Let's roll KA Seniors, and let's talk about how this is going to go. As Eli Warren, Ryan Crouch, Aiden Lorenko, and Tyler Colshorn will be your top 4 here, Kale. This is such a competitive field.
Yeah, of course. I mean, these are some of the best drivers in the country with Eli Warren. He has proved to be competitive at almost every level, from Briggs to X30 even. Not shifter just yet, but we'll see. He probably will at some point. But then, yeah, if you look at people who are able to keep up with him, if you can, Ryan Crouch, Aiden Lorenko, if you can keep up with Eli, you're a top-notch driver. So we'll see how this one plays out.
Heading down into the tram lines here, heading towards the start zone, and you see the hands through where green were racing for KA Senior.
I don't know if you've seen that, but Lida was putting his gloves on coming to the green flag there. So that was an interesting sight to see. Oh, big spin here. And Lida goes off as well.
Oh, for
big
Lida,
moment there for that top cart there. Mason Ward goes around. Is that not? No, that's not Mason. That's who would that have been? Another blue
double check
top
who
cart.
it is here. Double check who it is here in just a moment there. That top cart off up front. Warren Crouch still battling it out as we head towards the line. The 9:38 was the cart off. That was Colshorn up from the front, dropping down the order, started fourth. In fact, spinning there into turn 3. We talked about how when you get heavy on the brakes into 3 earlier, Kale, it kind of lifts the rear of the kart up, shifts the weight, the momentum shifts, and it seems like maybe just a bit too much braking application there, causing just the back to become the front. What do you think caused that?
Yeah, it could have been just too heavy on the brakes with cold tires, maybe, or maybe someone with the back of him a little bit there, and just got the kart upset a little too much going into there. Like I said, I mean, it's cold tires. You never know. The car's a little bit more unpredictable. And here you see Lourenco taking a peek on Crouch. Leslie going in and making a move there, going up to P5. Good start for him so far on that Leslie Racing Machine, his own team that he created a few years ago, and finding success with that as well in these top 3. This field looks closer than it was the last race, and I don't know if that's just me, but it looks like another move up front, and that's Lourenco on Crouch. Lourenco looking to keep going forward, and Adams is going back on Leslie. Leslie points a bye, says, "Okay, let's go forward. I'm not going to fight you too much." And little mistake there to Leslie. Adam Maxwell is up the inside, looking to make that stick, and it looks like he will if he can keep the run. No, Leslie rolls the outside and is able to keep that position there.
Adam Maxwell, of course, one of the main drivers for AMAX Racing, based out of Whiteland, Indiana. We see them a lot at IKC, making the probably about an hour or so drive here to Camden, Ohio, to race here at G&J Kartway. Very often you also see them make the drive to MCC. It's a couple hours. Big dive to the inside there from Lourenco and the Lando Norris kart, making a move there on Warren. Now that's a pass for the lead coming through, and for the first time this race, it is not Eli Warren leading through. It is Hayden Lourenco with BJR up in the front here, and you have Slattery Racing's Ryan Crouch, who is sitting right on the back there in the Tony kart, looking to make a move soon. 3 minutes, 50 seconds left to go. I mean, you might as well just put names in a hat, shuffle it up, and it feels like anyone in about the top 9 have a chance here up at the front. These top 3 start battling. That's going to reel 4th place all the way back in. You'll see them start to really come through, and that will just change everything along, as it seems like everyone 4th back, at least for that run of turn 3, heads down, looking forward.
Yeah, and I believe that's the first time Lourenco has taken the lead in this KA competition this weekend. So good run for him, and it seems like he has great pace as well, making a little bit of ground on Eli Warren. And he's doing a phenomenal job. A 10th quicker, about maybe almost 2/10 quicker than Eli that time around. So good lap from him, and we'll see what he can do and make grounds forward. There goes Ward on Maxwell, and so does Klein. Klein follows through, gives Maxwell a little bit of her side pod, and she makes it stick as well going in there. So Maxwell down 2 into 3. And unfortunate for him, because he was doing so well, and now he's got a little bit of ground to make back up.
Seems like a 2-for-1 special is a big deal here at G&J, making that stick through if you can, as Maxwell shuffling down into 9th this time across. Will that stick? Will that stay true here? Well, only one way to find out. If you can get past 2-for-1, you can probably pass a 2-for-1. It's just a matter of working together, finding a friend, and a little bit of a lick the stamp and send it moment. We'll see what Adam Maxwell can develop here from 9th place, maybe looking to move forward. And then, of course, maybe also thinking about the pre-final and the final tomorrow. We are in heat number 2 of the day and may want to think a little bit more long-term here. Less than 2 minutes left to go. Last time across the line, it was actually your 3rd place driver, Ryan Crouch, with Slattery Racing, who was the fastest of your top 3. 4th and 5th, Zaculio and Adams, they are working together here to try to reel these top 3 in and get back in the mix for this battle. They're not that far outside of the realm of the possibility of going for a pass up into the top 3.
No, and you look at the pace between the top 3 as well. They're all setting lap times that are so close, within a 10th for all these drivers. And it just shows how close, this field is, especially these top three. And almost everybody is running lap times within half a second of each other. So in this top 9. So you see very, very close pace for everybody here. And almost anybody in this top 9 can win it, just depending on how the race plays out. And I'm sure we'll see that if we have any more racing go on, where they start stacking them up. In about 40 seconds, that's what we're about to see. Lourenco go to the bottom soon here to defend off Eli Warren, or whoever ends up leading, coming to the 2 to go. And then, that's going to give Alex and Chase the chance to go forward and catch the top 3.
Will this be a bonus lap is what I'm wondering right now. We're setting about 37 and a half, 38 second lap times, and they crossed with it looked like right about 39 seconds to go. So will we get a bonus lap here? 8 seconds left on the clock. I don't think we will. I think it'll be just right on the edge. Let's see. 2 to go will be the signal. No, 3 to go. We did get the bonus lap. They crossed with 1 second. And talk about a cross. There's a cross along looking for a pass to 4th. Zaculio, though, able to defend it there. The 989 ahead, doing a great job. Here we go, though. Adams down the inside. Adams is going to go for ascend into turn 3 with the 3 to go signal. Gets that pass done. And there we go. Adams up into 4th place over Zaculio.
Yeah, I'm not sure why they're battling their way here. I think they could make their ground up forward and go towards the front 3. But that extra bonus lap for Eli, very important. Lourenco had a little bit of ground on him. Maybe Eli made a little bit of a mistake with 4 to go. But now he has a little bit of extra time to get forward back to Lourenco and see what he can do with 2 laps to go now. Coming to the white soon here. We'll see if Eli can put a really good lap together, try and get to the bumper of Lourenco and make something happen to win Heat 2 here.
Here's what's interesting to look at. It was 0.2 of a second faster, Warren and Crouch, than Lourenco last lap. This time through, though, that gap, not the accordion effect you would expect, but it definitely is doing something. White flag and all 3 drivers looking over the shoulder. They know where we're at. 0.3 of a second, the gap across the line through 1. Now out of 2, a look over the shoulder from Lourenco. Warren and Crouch set up beautifully right now to look for a move. Not close enough into 3, but definitely trying to pull the momentum for Lourenco. It was a early pass on Warren, a driver that is very strong, trying to set that up for Crouch. It's been a settle back into 3rd. No move here through 6 or 7. And as we come into 8, 9, and 10, looking for the final moves. No moves for Lourenco, Warren, or Crouch. Warren is going to come through 2nd. Lourenco comes across here to win Senior Heat 2 with Ryan Crouch in 3rd. Adam Zaculio 4th and 5th here. And we'll have Mason Ward. Adam Maxwell does battle it back up into 7th. Jordan Klein, Wyatt Leslie, Tyler Kalshorn, your top 10.
When it comes to innovation on the track, Odenthal Racing Products leads the pack. From the highly popular EasyGP camera mounts to our tough case to GoPro case, racers everywhere trust ORP for strength, reliability, and precision. We're proud to be the #1 engine mount manufacturer in the USA. And with our new Easy Bumper Retainer System, you won't get caught out with a failed bumper bolt again. Odenthal Racing Products. Lead or get left behind.
Wins the Wisconsin Grand Prix! James Overbeck on start number 2 gets win #1 in OKN Stars.
On track or off, Brandon Jarsekrak Racing delivers elite performance. Led by 4-time Pro National Champion Brandon Jarsekrak, our team masters driver coaching, data-driven analysis, and mechanical precision at every national event. Contact us today at BrandonJarsekrakRacing.com.
Welcome back here to G&J Kartway in Camden, Ohio, here on Kart Chaser. It's myself, Brad Dalton, joined by Cale Zimmerman here, Eli Warren, Ryan Crouch. What a great run they had there in the KA senior category. Now we shuffle the order. We're down into the minis. Let's go Anderson, Hemphill, Aiden Go. Can Aiden go from the front? Torno, Jessup, Eilick, and Veach, your 6 minis. Looking to make the run here. Coming to the start line we go. And into the zone. We're green. We're racing side by side up in the front. Aiden Go with a great start, I have to say, there to try to fight out of 2. Already still side by side for the lead. And it'll be the inside line for Aiden Go here to try to defend it along. And it is going to be Aiden Go going down to the inside. And big dives around there. That is going to be Zen Veach, who has spun through. You saw Jessup and Torno and Eilick all battling 2-3 wide. Unfortunately, Zen Veach dropping off there into 3. A little bit too much brake, taking a 180. Up front, though, what about Go on the go?
Yeah, that is the first time we have seen the outside line have an advantage there, and I think what he tried to do is just send it in, hope it stuck, and then roll the outside. And then he was able to have the inside for that return 3. And here we see, Anderson Hemphill drops a tire coming out of 2. What a moment for him. And we see further behind a move for 3rd. That is the 120. That is the 125 of Illick falling back behind Taruno, and Taruno making gains on that Sodi kart up into P3. Big moment for Taruno or Illick as well, as he gets sideways going through that fast left-hander. What a save for him. And we see Taruno move up into that P3 spot. What a start for him.
You can
in
see
Heat 2.
the head shake. You can see the head shake there from Jessup, wants to get past Illick there to head back to Taruno and try to make some moves further up, and is there behind. It's one thing to catch, it's another to pass, and sometimes you definitely feel like you can pass, but you're not catching every once in a while, and it puts you in an interesting position. Here up in the front, Go and Hemphill separated by about 0.8 of a second last time across. A 40.6 was the lap time for Aiden Go. A great lap time, I have to say, coming through here as the Sodi kart of Taruno is currently leading this pack. 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Eilick with DPC Motorsports sitting in 4th. Jessup hasn't gone for the move yet. Might look here into 3 down the inside. A little bit more pace out of 2. Is it a pass into 3? It's a great move into 3. I'd love to be on that GoPro because that was a great setup. Great send. Jessup up into 4th, and you see the thumbs up there from Jessup. Very happy to get that pass done.
Yeah, and Jessup probably was seeing Illick make a few mistakes. He got passed by Taruno, and then he got sideways into a few corners there. And Jessup, I think that's where the shake of the head was coming. He knew that he was just losing time, being behind Illick there. So he knew he needed to go, and that's what he did. And now he's trying to make gains back up to Taruno, looking for that 3rd spot in that podium position that would put him on the podium for Sunday. So we'll see what he can do in that 4th spot, making his way up to 3rd. But now we see gaps kind of across the field. There's about a 9/10 gap to from Go to Hemphill, and then further back now we kind of see this spreading up as well. So we'll see who can make their way forward to the next driver and make positions up here.
One of the things to watch, that gap between Go and Hemphill, the last couple of laps, it's kind of accordioned a little bit. And that's going to be my thing in the morning, is accordion, because that's really what we see a lot in these IAME packages, is that accordion effect becomes strong. And 0.9 of a second, the gap, it was down at one point to around 0.7. Now it's opened back up to about 9.5, and this time, well, it's down into 8.5. So if we're going to start seeing how this MGM can do up in the front. We saw how the MGM did in the first heat leading. Now in the second heat, we're seeing it right there behind the Paralin, starting to close in. Now it's got to do the hard task of passing Aiden Go, who has a lot of pace in that kart.
Yeah, and I think Anderson's whole thing is, you know, get that gap down to just enough where he has draft, and then slowly but surely that gap will close just naturally. But first, he's got to get into the draft here before he has any chance of even thinking about a pass, because Aiden Go was super quick that time by, opens the gap just a bit more to about just under a second here, and we'll see if he can continue that pace going forward and getting Anderson Hemphill away from that draft spot. As we look back to Zen Veach, the driver who spun out on the first lap, unfortunately for him. Hopefully he can have better luck in the pre-final, and go forward instead of having a little mishap in the first lap.
Remember,
and here
too, by the way.
You're good.
Remember with Go that there were lug nuts that were left in the airbox in qualifying and caused some issues with the carburetor in qualifying from the work on the kart overnight. So for Aiden Go, I mean, had so much pace yesterday and is in a great position right now, trying to close things, trying to keep the gap where it's at, and it is sitting about 9/10 of a second. So I think this is going to be one of those with Aiden Go that we'll have to watch, especially tomorrow, how it plays out, because in heat number 1, definitely seemed like Hemphill, even with Aiden Go fixing the issues, was a little bit more up on pace. Now it seems like it's flip-flop back where Aiden Go is a bit faster. Seems like track conditions are really starting to play a difference in the pace here.
Yeah, and last time by, Anderson Hemphill, comparatively to Aiden Go, had a very, very good lap. Dropped the gap to around 7/10 of a second. So that's about, I would say, about halfway. He needs a little bit more to get in the draft, about 5/10 now. So he is quick. Maybe the tires are coming in right about now, and he is getting closer and closer to that draft if he's not there already. So that MGM is rolling right now. And first, I think about the first year of them really trying to debut the MGM into the two-stroke side of things, and it is working well for Anderson Hemphill here in Heat 2 at G&J. So we'll see, and he is right there now. There is not much space between the two of them, maybe 2 kart lengths, and that's maybe. And we see Aiden go to the bottom of the track, blocking a little bit, maybe getting Anderson out of that draft. We'll see what Anderson can do to try and get around Aiden. But yeah, Aiden full defensive now, going into 3 with 2 laps to go here in Heat 2.
Looking inside to outside here, Hemphill trying to set up some sort of a switchback, some sort of a move, and Aiden Go just parking the bus in that Paralin kart in all the right places, defending the apex of the corner, the inside line of entry, and that is exactly what needs to be done in order to defend. That is a strong show of a smart driver up here in the front. White flag, 1 lap to go this time by, and look at that. Park the Paralin to the inside, force the MGM to the outside, and Hemphill says, all right, I'll try to do a switchback then, but that over 180-degree turn 1, not conducive to that. Now we're going to run it all the way through, white line it through. Aiden Go on 3 on the brakes, able to cover off the apex yet again. For Hemphill, it's going to be a very, very hard ask to get the pass. Not impossible, just going to take a bit. Let's set up a switchback here. Heading out of 6 into 7. Look to the outside. Outside can become the inside to become the outside. And here we go, fighting all the way into 8, 9, and 10. And here we go, side by side. It'll be a fight all the way to the line. Go, Hemphill. Hemphill inside. Go outside. And it's going to be across the line. 5 milliseconds will separate Aiden Go and Anderson Hemphill in the IAME Mini Heat number 2. Top 2. 5 milliseconds. That's going to be a big show tomorrow.
What a race for those two here, and Taruno in 3rd and Jackson Jessup in 4th. Milan in 5th, and Zen Veach, of course, who spun out on the first lap, in 6th. But what a race from these two, and, you know, Aiden Go has some experience blocking, considering last weekend, so Anderson might have to get a bit creative later on this weekend, and we'll see what he can do in the pre-final and the final tomorrow.
One more category to go here, and it is going to be KA Junior coming up for 7 minutes plus 2 laps. When they roll here, should be momentarily. They were scheduled to go out at 12:16 Eastern time, and well, it's 12:16, so soon as the track is set, they should be rolling for KA Junior. Karts are fired, and well, they're rolling here for our final heat of the morning before we will take a lunch break, and then we have afternoon, we go to the 206 category, but of course, KA Junior having their run first. Alex Kutcher, Christopher Utsi up in the front, AJ Stoner, Daniel Dragunov will be starting things off 4th.
And we'll see if Danny can have a little bit better of a run this time around. Of course, last time he dropped all the way down to 10th. So he's going to be looking to make up ground this time instead of lose it, or at least maintain. But for Jacob, Travis Van Horn, Eli Furnish, they all want to go forward from here. Andrew Avalos had a great race as well last time around, so let's see if he can repeat that, and we'll see what plays out in Heat 2, K100 Junior.
A couple of penalties came out of Heat 1, by the way. Jet Price took 3 seconds for pushing at the start, and Jacob Scheibele took 5 seconds for avoidable contact. We're in the tram lines. We're green. We're rolling here for KA Junior, the final heat of the morning.
And not as good of a start for Christopher Utsi. He still is on the inside, at least for this corner. He should slot in a P2 unless AJ Stoner can hold the outside, which he might. He does. No, he does not. He jumps over the curb, falls back into 3rd. Good start, though, for all these top 4. Stay about where they should. And we aren't seeing any... Oh, big moment there. Big off for that new gen Motorsports driver, Jordan Lapin. Little moment there for him. He makes it work, though. He stays okay and on the track. Nothing too bad.
Able to get through lap 1 mostly unscathed. Jordan Lapine there with that one moment through. Up in the front, Alex Kutcher holding with Christopher Utsi of Steel Motorsports in 2nd. Then new gen driver AJ Stoner there in 3rd place. Look at the shuffles along here back in the back. That is Andrew Avalos with a big send down the inside. Beautiful move there on Jet Price. Again, Jet Price, one of our drivers who picked up a penalty for pushing at the start out of Heat 1, and right now in Heat 2 is going to be sitting down in 5th place. Scheibele and Dragunov battling it out as well. Some shuffles for position. Look at every glimpse over the shoulder, multiple glimpses over the shoulder. I think everyone in KA Junior knows that they're under pressure both ahead and behind right now, and they all know that no position is guaranteed across the next 5 minutes plus 2 laps because they are so competitive and clear in pace. I mean, the entire field is running within about 0.4 of a second to half a second of each other on pace right now. They are all very, very closely matched through as they come into one yet again. This time, nobody looking for anything crazy. Utsi, though, right up near the back of Kutcher.
Yeah, and you seen Utsi look over the... Oh, and here he goes. Late lunge up the inside of 3, and he makes it work. Thank God got Alex off of his line a little bit, was able to get him off the rubber, and then made it stick. And now he's looking to go forward. I was just going to say that I thought that he looked over the shoulder, seen a gap, and decided, okay, let's work together. Not so fast. Christopher Utsi to the lead with 4.5 minutes to go. And now he's looking to do what he did in the last heat race and pull away and have an easy, nice little run to another victory in the heat races. But I don't think it'll be so easy this time around, as Alex and AJ Stoner look to be working together, try and catch him and get to the bumper of that Steel Motorsports machine and bring the fight instead of let him get away.
Trying to get away, he may. Coming across the line, here we go. The 814 of AJ Stoner wants to look for a move into one, not able to make that move. Sets up a run out of two. Look over the shoulder here. Do you have pace into three? The answer right now is no. Sticks right to the back bumper there of Alex Kutcher. By the way, fastest lap of anyone all weekend. AMAX Racing's Andrew Avalos, 38.307 last time by. That is the fourth kart you see there in the Tony kart, the 807, who has managed to put the fastest lap of anyone on the weekend in the KA Junior category. So I would keep an eye on the 807 across the next little bit. Let's see how that capitalizes if Avalos is able to make a move. It's one thing to catch. It's one thing to have a lot of pace. It's another to be able to take advantage of that, get some passes, and not get in trouble here as Kutcher and Stoner now swap back. They swap through side by side, and that is going to put H.A. Stoner up into second place as Alex Kutcher now drops down into third. Make that drop into fourth here as that 807 Andrew Avalos now up into the top three.
Yeah, and I think that's why we've seen that sense of urgency out of AJ Stoner is he's seen Avalos coming up on his rear bumper. He knows he's fast, so that means it's time to go for Stoner. And Stoner does not look slow by any means either, but now you see about a 9/10 gap to the lead because of all that battling back for second here. So now Christopher Utsi, a bit of fresh air for him. And he can kind of relax a little bit, save the tires maybe, relax, enjoy his time out front, and just hope that he can save a little bit while these four karts behind, second through fifth, start battling maybe a little bit more, using up a little bit more tires, heating those things up. And so we'll see how that, and yeah, there's the move for second. Avalos goes to second to try and reel in Utsi. He knows he's fast. He knows he's the fastest one on the track right now. So let's see what he can do leading this group here in from second to fifth.
A minute left to go on this race. Now you have arguably the fastest car on track up into second, who can now lead the charge and lead that train forward, as AJ Stoner will sit behind, and then Alex Kutcher, who would love to get a bit further up, is going to sit there. Tap of the helmet from the 807, a very clear indication of the goal. And we didn't mention Jet Price. Jet Price sneaking into this mix as well. Jet Price could possibly steal a top three out of this one. Looking outside, now looking to the inside, has a bit of overlap, but not able to capitalize. Coming through 6 and 7 as Jet Price will settle back into fifth. A little bit of a ramp over the curb and going up for a millisecond to two wheels, using all of the curbing available to try to shuffle this kart along. Avalos now has closed that gap. Never mind, the gap actually opened. It's now 1.4 as Christopher Utsi there, the Steel Motorsports driver. It's head down. It's hard charge. I think Utsi is aware of the hornet's nest of drivers behind that want to close in this gap here on 3 to go.
I think though for Utsi, I think he should dial it back in a ways, because I don't think that second and a half gap is going to close with only 2 to go here. And we'll see as soon as Stoner sees those 2 sticks go up in the air, I think that he knows it's time to go. So we'll see what Stoner does, but I think trying to catch Utsi for this group of 4 is out of question. And there it is. There's Avalos kind of taking a little bit of a defensive line, narrowing it up just that little bit, so Stoner doesn't have any room to go. And we'll see what Stoner can cook up here in the last 2 laps, trying to get around Avalos.
You'd see 1.2 seconds the gap last time through. I agree with you, needs to maybe just maintain a little bit here into the final 2 laps, but it's one of those, once you're in the rhythm, if you lose it, it can be a bad day and you can put yourself in trouble. Look at this here, Kutcher and Price having a moment there through turn 1 as Alex Kutcher runs very wide, has to cut the corner a little bit there out of 2, and it looks like pace definitely not on Alex Kutcher's side. Avalos defensive against AJ Stoner into turn 3, coming through 4 and 5, and now again look to the inside there from AJ Stoner, trying to get past Andrew Avalos. Up front, though, Christopher Utzi. It's been smooth sailing since that Steel Motorsports driver got up in the front, and it's going to be a smooth sail through the final corner to cross the line to win the KA Junior Heat. Back in second place, Avalos will hold off Stoner. We've got a bit of a run to the line here, back in the back towards Alex Kutcher, because Alex Kutcher, unfortunately, on the final lap of going, something coming undone, and for Alex Kutcher, who was at one point running up in the front, is down into 8th place here in KA Junior. Great run there from Christopher Utzi as the rest of your field is through. Jet Price in 4th, Jacob Scheibele in 5th, Daniel Dragunov in 6th, Eli Furnish, Alex Kutcher, Jordan Lepine, Travis Van Horn, and Gage Clevenger. Your 11 karts to take on this run here. Cale, that's the end of our morning. When we come back after the lunch break, it's time to shuffle to the 206 category. We go from 2 strokes to 4 strokes, completely different set of engines, and, well, I'm sure the racing is going to continue to heat up here since the rain avoided us today.
Yeah, no kidding. I'm ready. 206 racing is always good. We've got over 35 karts in 206 Senior, so that'll be an interesting one, to say the least, and my type of jam. So I'm excited for the PM sessions, and we'll see that heat up very shortly here.
The PM peanut butter sessions that are Cale's jam, and I enjoy just hard racing all the way through. So we're going to step aside here at Kart Chaser, enjoy some lunch. When we come back, it's going to be time to let the 206s roar. We'll be back here on Kart Chaser.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico? Non-GMO? Gluten-free? Kosher? Magnesium? B12? B6?
Yeah, it's good.
B5? Biotin? And 0 sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
Hey guys, another Kart Chaser Driver Fitness episode with me, Chris G. Today, I'm gonna show you how to protect those ribs in the seat. We're doing core. Exercise number 1 is the bench leg raise. Controlled all the way down, full range of motion. Make sure you pick up that tailbone off the pad. Coming down, controlling. Great for the lower abdomen area and obliques. Floor slider mountain climbers, exercise number 2. Exercise number 3, the plate-loaded decline bunk sit-up. I'll see you guys on the next episode of Chris G Coaching, race-ready training that carries into real life. That's what we do here.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspect with mindset, racecraft and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.